menang.
Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B eSport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA eSport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Aspen, Todak, Vamos eSport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy. Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions. We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam,
Thailand? No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the
Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS D5, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Hua Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no! Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Calgary, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back to yet another blazing day of Free Fire action. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and joined with me at the desk today, my good friend Husky. He's back to rock the mic once again.
I'm so excited to be back for another season, and this one is the more important one. We came from the Esports World Cup to the fall season, and now it's road to Free Fire World Series Global, and can't believe it's just day number 2, but that means we will see 6 new teams being introduced to the pool.
Absolutely, and of course, 4 Thai teams were in play yesterday. 3 out of the 4 absolutely wrecked the competition. Today, we're going to have a little bit of a change. Group A will take its rest. Group C will join the fray, which means we throw in 3 Indonesian teams into the race as well. We've got Begatron Delta, we've got EVOS Divine, as well as Onyx Olympus waiting on the sidelines to join us. Heavy as well as WAG to jump into the fray as well. I know you're going to be very excited to just break down all of the plays from Vietnam because our good old friends are back, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been quite a long time since we've seen rosters like Heavy and WAG, especially Heavy, who is such a namestay in the region but barely on the international stage. Twisted Mind also joining the pool today, which is very, very great because when they got quiet by Twisted Minds on the EMC stage, they had a mediocre performance at best, but perhaps today will be different, right? Again, Team Falcons, who just bagged the biggest prize pool in Free Fire history, is going to be playing today.
Absolutely, and of course, Yan Bin Shin, Poppy, and Death, they were the shocker of a comeback yesterday. The good old Team Flash in the brand new Hua Esports, they're showing us a very different flavor as to what the lineup can bring to the table, and it looks like it's going to be yet another explosive day for them. Yesterday, they hit 2 booyahs. Can they wrap up the week with another 2 today, or maybe even more? And of course, this is the group that joins the action, right? Like I said, 3 out of the 6 teams from Group C are from Indonesia. This could just be a day where Indonesia celebrates a little bit of dominance out there too.
Yeah, and they came so close just, you know, short 2 months ago. EVOS Divine almost touching the skies. So this is retribution, redemption for EVOS Divine, but at the same time for Begatron Delta, right? You have experienced players like Ekao joining that roster. Is finally quite nice to see one of the experienced members from Todak now joining a new squad and perhaps making a name for himself there. WAG as well back in the fray, but I think for Indonesia, just like you said, this is the best chance for them to prove themselves. Even Onyx Olympus, who climbed so high only to fall flat on that world stage. This is kind of the road to recovery.
Absolutely, and of course, you know, falling in previous tournaments matter not. You are in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Edition. It's all about grabbing the biggest slice of the pie. A lot of money awaits you. A total of $300,000 US on the line here. And, you know, each and every single team, as they go out there, as they hustle, it's not just them that gets recognized and paid out at the end of the day based on their performance. Even the top players, even the top slayers, the predators of every single week, they do get a little bit of credit in their pocket as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every single season we reward the best performing players. We reward people who have the most MVP. I know that our MVP collector is due, or used to be due, and I would love to see a new face take on that title, right? Since this is kind of the evolution to the global stage, and with Thailand still at the peak of their performance, I think with what Indonesia showed us 2 months ago, maybe this is the chance for them to kind of go back and recuperate and come back stronger.
Yeah, thank goodness you were not here yesterday, because Dew continued his MVP collection spree. Thankfully, AG will not be a part of the race today, because yesterday they just went absolutely ballistic, hitting 122 points, 2 booyahs for themselves, the most number of eliminations, the most number of placement points gained by any team out there. And that was quite a shocker, because they outdid 2 solid teams from the exact same country. Team Falcons as well as Buriram just could not keep up with the pacing of AG yesterday.
Yeah, I think that means that today is actually good news for Hua, because top 4 teams, 3 of them are not playing today, so Hua can continue racking up the scores, same as RQ Kazu, who is just 1 point behind them. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, the second tournament that they will be playing in without Legalov. But at least for this season, Legalov is officially announced to not be part of the roster. Maybe this is also the fresh start that RQ needs, right? Losing one of the most experienced veterans in the team and needing someone else to take on that duty.
Yeah, I think the biggest shocker is yes, RRQ did lose Legalot and Vamos gained Legalot. That's the most insane transfer. But then again, knowing the people behind Vamos, it just makes absolute sense. Malaysia, Indonesia, they've had ties in the world of Free Fire for a long, long time. They scrim together all the time. So I guess they snuck them away. But yesterday, Vamos didn't really prove themselves, only gaining a total of 34 points. Unfortunately, they'll have to take a break today because Group A is taking its rest. In fact, not just Vamos. 4 teams from Group A all scored really low points. We're talking about Indostars, PE Sports. PE Sports, super disappointing because I was really expecting what we saw at EWC as well as FFWS SEA Spring to come out through again, because that was a very different version of PE Sports, but I guess they were just warming up.
Yeah, it's not really the reflection you were expecting on day one, but that's what most of us can expect, right? Kind of a warm-up session. I think we say the same about GOW and kind of missing the ticket to the world stage. Here they are having a strong start, but also they are going to be taking a break. We had to look at EVO's Divine though. So far, in terms of average eliminations, they are placed in 6th place, and today is going to be their debut. You gotta look at Ray in particular. Not the shiniest of players, but his mediocre stat is actually backed up by the rest of the teams.
Absolutely. Once again, I absolutely love what we're doing with production. Now we've got all of the stats laid out right in front of us as we see the reaction from the team that is being highlighted as well. Sometimes, they just got that quirky moves, man. I miss being a kid.
I'm telling you, the photo shoots quality, the posing, the players are so much more expressive than they were 2-3 years ago, right? I mean, how time has flew by, new faces, veterans, old guards, but the thing that does not change is our game schedule, starting with Bermuda, followed by Purgatory, and then Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and our good old favorite randomizer.
Absolutely, we hit that random map. Some team is gonna get lucky out there because we know, not everybody can be like Buriram, absolutely dominating each and every single map at FFWS SEA Spring 2024. But fingers crossed we don't see that form of Buriram again. Not because, we don't want to see them dominating, because all throughout the group stage, that's what they did. They dominated, they thrashed all of the other squads. They put such a great distance between themselves as well as the number 2 spot, only to lose it all at the grand finals. It was a tad bit disappointing. I thought they were holding back a little bit for the Esports World Cup. Then again, they didn't really get exactly what they're expecting out of themselves there as well. So perhaps this is time for redemption for Buriram, but they will have to wait till tomorrow when Group A is back in the fray, which of course brings me back to your point. Some of the other teams can celebrate. For example, teams like Hua as well as RRQ, because of Buriram and Falcon really denying them a lot of options yesterday.
Yeah, even all gamers, right? Even AG was a kind of a big force to reckon with. And this brings me to this question I've asked you plenty of times, and I know it gets on your nerves, but is it fair for us to kind of look at it from another angle, right? Maybe this is kind of a new era being ushered in. Like BRU, still greatest of all time, but even the greatest teams, the dynasties will eventually pass. Maybe this is it, right? Maybe we are looking at a period of time where other squads are catching up.
It's really hard to stay super motivated when you are leading the pack, right? When you are right in front, you have got no extra motivation to catch up with anyone. And I think there was a time where Buriram was really pushing themselves really hard to stay ahead of the pack, like, miles ahead of the pack. But they kind of, let themselves slip just a tad bit. Maybe they thought, hey, you know what? Maybe this is a little bit too much of effort. Maybe we need to take our foot off the gas pedal a little bit. That thought was wrong. Keep your foot jammed on the gas pedal. That's exactly what we want to see. But I guess it is a good thing. It is a good thing that the new generation is coming up and showing that, hey, you know what? If you do slack, we will take your spot instantaneously. And Buriram is not really the only threat out there on the battlefield anymore. And that's a breath of fresh air, mainly because it gets kind of stale with just one team dominating all the time.
I'm pretty sure Buriram is still going to be content that Thailand is in good hands. Falcons, AG are all doing perfect. We're going to head into our first map of the day. It's day 2 of the group stage, Bermuda coming up. I'm not just looking at the Thai teams, I'm looking at Hua, I'm looking at RRQ, Indonesia, Vietnam. They've been hungry for all these years, and every single season they get closer and closer to the top.
I'm just looking at the graphic designer of this particular competition and I'm like getting my mind blown every single time. we hop on into a new map. But of course, all of this is brought to you by the brand new Galaxy Samsung S24 Ultra. As the teams hop on out there, it seems like the phone has given them a lot of I would say, unfair advantage, but thankfully everybody's on the exact same device.
Yeah, you know, like if everything is broken, then nothing is broken. You know, that's kind of the logic. I mean, it's an amazing phone. I've had friends who use it, not just for gaming, but, you know, photography. Everything that you could ever wish for in a device is in that phone. But drops very spread out. So starting is slow, we get a decent circle as well. No hard drops per se. Even Todak getting a big chunk of clock tower to begin.
Yeah, this is something that we were discussing yesterday, Neptune and I, saying that Group C is going to be really blessed because they get to see all of the spots that the other teams are taking, and they get to avoid all of the heat that Group B can bring to them, right? Because Group B was obviously the better group yesterday, and now that they know exactly what to do to avoid them, they should be able to avoid some pretty unfair early engagements. You know, luck is not always on your side. But Bigatron Delta, I don't know if or not luck favors them this time around. 18 Team Falcons so early on, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, again, winners of EWC and still hot on their heels. 2 eliminations to start it off. And for Bigatron Delta, they only have 2 more left. Quick revivals, only to lose 2 more in the hands of On Fire, who was one of the most valuable players on that world stage. So 4 points for Falcons to start it off.
Yeah, just like that. 4 points up, and Bigatron Delta with a 1 final second save. They're still surviving, all 12 teams alive and kicking. But Twisted Minds being twisted upside down by Hua out there on the battlefield. Saming bleeding out, but it's a good purchase back by Diamond X Fozzy. Should be right back with them in a little bit, and Hua's not backing away. They're going in here for the finisher.
Perhaps this could be an opportunity, an early tag just from Diamond himself. Around the corner is Yan Bin. Tries to go for the footsies, but Diamond wins. Easy Bison. Good backup though. Support from Death from afar. And Aimless also put under some pressure. If Hua can get this cleanup, it will be an amazing start. And that nade from Shin will guarantee their 4th point.
Yeah, fantastic cook on that grenade. Shin absolutely blowing his opponent apart. And Hua Esports, I mean, remember our conversations, Husky. We were talking about long gone are the days where Team Flash used to show some sort of promise out there on the battlefield. Then they disappeared, and they made this ultimate comeback, and they seem better than ever. In fact, this is not a version of them that I've seen ever in the past.
I like the initiative they're taking, right? They're a lot more decisive. Hope they keep this over time because, you know, back then when they were Team Flash, they always take us on this roller coaster ride. Something that I miss from Heavy as well.
Roller coaster, but towards the bottom. You know, it wasn't it was the kiddie roller coaster.
It was, yeah. As someone who hates amusement park rides, I agree. Did not enjoy that at all.
WAG going up against Heavy, a Riptide Rhythm to break down the defense. They do have a couple of connections with those shots, but not enough to take the player down out in the open. Cyrus gets away. Heavy scratches on him, but nothing a medkit cannot patch right back up. And now WAG the ones with the advantage here after opening up this assault bunker. Extra bit of weapons on their side to deal with the heavy pressure that Heavy brings.
So I'm surprised Heavy isn't putting extra pressure on them. We'll start to do so. Just a couple of tags onto Cyrus, but I don't think Heavy will go for the chase. So WAG, they get to disengage very easily. RQ Kazu, on the other hand, finds themselves facing off against Todak. And RQ Kazu going for the swarm, the wraparound, Abi to lead the charge on to the members of Todak.
Todak backing away. 7 already in a tough position. He's not going to get picked right back up by the team anytime soon. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, and it looks like this is about to be a game over for Noki. Buys it in hand, can't do much for himself, but the revival was there, so Todak does stay alive for a little bit longer.
It looks so much better after EWC. We were wondering, so Legolas kind of sitting on the bench at that time, how is this roster going to function without that leader? But I guess the experience really paid off, and we already have one team eliminated off the bat. Just like that, down to 11 squads.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate situation with those revivals. You come back in without much on you, and trying to get out of sticky situations all alone and then pick up those coins, bring back the rest of your teammates. Not the easiest job out there. But speaking of easy jobs, Bigatron Delta had a really tough start for the game, but a full team revive right in front of us and 3 points to their name.
Pretty much a hard reset, so gotta get those coins, get that weaponry. Thankfully, Clock Tower kind of belongs to them, but I think a big chunk of the compound have been looted thanks to Todak, who did drop there early on. So for Bigatron Delta, they have to slow this game down, and so far they are given the room to do so, which is good news.
Bigatron is definitely the underdogs in this particular competition. Let's see if they can pull out. 4 teams still spending the time outside of the circle. Nothing much to worry about. It's just circle number 1. Damage isn't going to be too much of a pressure to deal with. But EVOS Divine up on top. The vantage point, Gaday's already spotted out the players from Hua. And this is the patience finally opening up those shots. Yanbin tagged up already, and the flank from the right-hand side. EVOS Divine trying to close in on the players of Hua.
They try to spread that offense, but that also means that every single member is a weak point. Hua now trying to focus that attention onto Bara to get him back, but he takes on the challenge.
Beauty.
There's the time turner to protect Poppy. Ray gets knocked down by the ice grenade. EVOS Divine decides to concentrate that attack onto Hua, but Death brings just that. Bara gets knocked down. EVOS Divine not winning this fight in any capacity. 6 points for Hua.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean, man. I mean, Team Flash disappeared. They came back like superstars. In fact, like superheroes. They're wrecking the competition out there on the battlefield. And you know, EVOS Divine, even they can't really do much against them. They had the advantage, the high ground. They had information as to exactly where Hua was rotating into, and they could do nothing with that information. 8 eliminations strong now. Hua has got their eyes set on GOW as they avoid that blue zone closing in on them.
The only contender for Hua is Falcons, but even Falcons didn't go off to such a flying start. So for Hua, you gotta be really happy with this opening. 8 points, and with still 11 teams remaining in this game, I can expect the rest of the circle to be very congested, so this could be kind of one of those farming fields for Hua.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the acquisition of Death from GOW surely doing them a lot of favors. And as anticipated, Hua, their eyes set onto GOW moments ago as they were scrambling into this house. I was thinking that they were just going to play the long-range engagement, but they seem to be cutting down this distance. T has got his eyes set on them. RGS 50. Can it get that range? Doesn't have a beastin on him. And that wouldn't be any damage that Hua needs to worry about.
And they don't really have much room to wriggle with, though, at Riverside. I mean, you go to the PA on the back, but maybe Onyx Olympus could change the landscape, right? Because they are now fighting against Hua. We see how Hua responds to this. Poppy takes this lead low, but support fire is there from his teammates. So Onyx Olympus not able to get much knocks, only blowing up the vehicle. See the Go Portal also out. Onyx Olympus goes for the rush on the compound. Nade support from afar. Hua somehow still hanging on despite double Riptide Rhythm. And finally it pays off for Onyx Olympus, getting 3 knocks and a wipeout to follow.
My goodness, what a smooth move coming through from Onyx. Grenades from both sides. Double Riptide Rhythm to break down the defenses, to open up all of those windows for those grenades to be supplied in. Absolutely beautiful execution. And RRQ now avoiding the blue, so heading straight in towards the next compound to meet their brothers from Indonesia, Bigatron Delta, who had a decent start from the day as well. Koja has got that heights on him already, but of course it is Ikal with the initial opener. FGL shots to take down those blue walls from afar. It's the junior of that Riptide Rhythm, the FGL.
It's gonna be pretty tough for RQ Kazu to make this next move as well. With the blue zone still closing in, they're forced to tank the damage and running through open ground without expanding too much of a glue wall. So Bigatron Delta very comfortable, but Heavy taking advantage of Onyx Olympus' earlier clash with Hua, and Onyx Olympus taking the back seat. Plenty of glue walls used, but Heavy, they want to push the envelope.
Oh, they've got those grenade launches as well. Artemis now sustaining a couple of shots from the side of Onyx Olympus, who had to respond, forced to respond. It will be the portal goal that beams them across the battlefield. Gardu tagged up by that A124 as well. Ice grenades not going to be forcing Gary off of the roof anytime soon. And Artemis has to back away. Heavy came out very aggressive, but now have to sustain a little bit of the offense that Onyx brings in.
Close range grenade launcher starting to really do damage, and Hans to open it up, but Onyx Olympus responds in kind with 2 of their own. That grenade launcher needs to pay off right now, but for Heavy, they're not getting the dividends that they're looking for, and Gardu taking the courage to just run at Heavy. It seems like Onyx Olympus will come out on top again. One final Riptide Rhythm and one last assault on the Artemis. Another wipeout on the Vietnamese team by Onyx Olympus.
Honestly, all the teams are doing so well today. Every single time they go in for an aggressive push, the wipeout is just so beautiful to watch. Onyx Olympus 8 points up as well. The final circle is definitely going to be explosive.
They cooked and they ate. Oh, Expand. Quiet round. I mean, kind of what we expected from them. The most fresh roster. I don't remember the last time that the Malaysian team has such a big makeover. So for Expand, we'll see how they kind of fare in the later stages. Falcons also not too shabby, right? 6 points, working in the background and taking over Graveyard, uncontested. It's like I say, I think this is going to be a very congested final circle. RQ Kazu making some waves on the other side of the map.
And of course, you have a little bit of info sheet down here about the pocket market, the one that has given so many of these teams and players the confidence to have those early engagements. Speaking of which, good day. Being caught a little bit too early here, no backup whatsoever from the rest of the Divine players. And that's just going to be putting them at a disadvantage. UAV sent out by Expand as well. Should be able to scan out the players of Bigatron, but shot out of the air in the nick of time. And Ray falls, which means EVOS Divine falls in 9.
Yeah, I was about to say that could have costed them the entire match because they didn't really get to recover much against Hua early on. Well, WAG now kind of stuck in the building. They gotta run out, but that's Graveyard. That's where Falcons took ground. So WAG feels like they're gonna take this fight directly to Falcons, but Bigatron Delta is behind. It's a 3-prong attack, and Koja gets the first knock.
A beautiful and a double nade by the bomber cost Q. Falcons absolutely beaming at this point of time. Alan quickly sidesteps, gets into a tight little corner. Could this be his grave? Yet another glue wall finally bursts down, and Alan drops, but Bigatron Delta does not come in for the ambush. Therefore, Falcons will luck out and walk away with a massive number of points here.
And Onyx Olympus also wiped out by GOW, getting revenge for their fallen Vietnamese comrades. And Falcons now staring at Bigatron Delta from across the highway. Bigatron making that retreat. They don't want any smoke with the EWC champions, but Falcons, they are very, very happy to take this trade because it forces Bigatron Delta into the blue zone and allowing them to take 3 shots.
This is insane. Nobody tanks the 4th circle. Nobody gets out. And where are they flying? All the way out. Jump pad used. Even further out into the blue to tank more damage. This is insanity. Bigatron Delta.
Wait, they're coming back. Wait, with Bigatron Delta, if they get a Booyah this round, it would be the most insane play ever to take that risk.
No one's been knocked down yet. The circle's not doing its job. Bigatron Delta is keeping themselves buffed up with all of those medkits back in the circle, but too much of damage sustained, making the job for Expand way too easy. Koja down as well, but it was just a nade of his own making that he ate and blew up Expand. Easy 4 points claimed.
I felt like the idea was to relocate themselves, but they ran into Expand, so pretty unlucky for them. GW and RQ Kazu stuck in one building. Falcons, look at Peter. He's already taking as much space as possible in this eventual final circle to allow his teammates to gain ground. GW and RQ Kazu slaughtering each other in the process. Piston Mines also show up.
Peter can't make up his mind, now joins the rest of his team members once again. Twisted Minds on the left. Falcons on the right. GOW stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. Circle right behind them as well. Yep, this is not looking good. 10 more seconds. You boys better get some miracle done right here, right now. And it should be that portal go that saves them.
Yeah, Peter did the rendezvous, and one more takes point on top of the roof in front of the circle, so now everyone has to run towards Falcons. This is the best possible setup for the final circle and an eventual potential booyah for them. GOW will be the first one to make that move, but they gotta get to Falcons.
GOW on fire down on the ground. Coscu doesn't really need to toss those grenades out just yet. The backup from Peter and his Bison just way too good. One moment is CQC M82B shot, gets the knock, puts the guy down 6 feet under, and GOW can't do anything but run. Dian, Isa both catching up with each other. A double glue wall just to block off the entrance. They are on the second floor, which opens up a couple of easy shots from across as well. But Expand cannot spend any time with them. They are too busy with Twisted Minds.
And Axel gets knocked down. He tries to go for the wraparound. Maybe the rest of Expand can keep the run alive. And unfortunately for Miki, he also gets dropped only too fast. It's going to be left remaining. GOW loses the fight against Falcons. Twisted Minds and Expand running at each other. Is Forecap still alive? Twisted Minds left with 2, but Peter from behind for the backstab. Expand might not be long for the world.
Yep, Achap Drogon can't do much up against Peter. Now it's a 3v2. Twisted Minds wants to twist their fate upside down, but Falcon says not today. Diamond out. Saming can't do much with the snipe, and it will be a solid start for Team Falcons.
Even performing the fadeaway at the very end. 20 eliminations to kick it off. Plus the Booyah, 32 points. What a dominant opening. Feels like this is just another day in the office, right? They set the record on their world stage. 40 points was the magical number that won them the trophy in the very end. And this 32 is just a walk in the park.
Absolutely. I mean, if you could do that on the global stage, getting the exact same done on the Southeast Asian stage is not that big of a challenge for Team Falcons. They did manage to do really well for themselves yesterday, finishing just 6 points behind AG Global. But this, of course, should boost them right up to that #1 spot.
I think Falcons, they fell behind yesterday. It's just due to a bit of a difference in terms of placement points, but when it comes to eliminations, they are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. This should put them in an even better standing. They're going to hit more than 100 eliminations by the end of maybe round 2. What we thought to be a quiet start turned out to be an explosive ending, a prelude to what the conclusion of the round is going to be. Falcons, just like what they did on their world stage, came out swinging and left no crumbs.
Nah, they left no crumbs at all. The other teams were hoping and praying that they would be able to nibble at some, but Falcons just swept everything up for themselves. But of course, this is the highlight of the matchup. As we started the day, it was Falcons with the very early engagement up against Bigatron. They didn't really give Bigatron a lot of room to get away, but that one final second revival was what kept the Indonesian team alive.
Absolutely, and I think even for RQ Kazu, they got a pretty decent start by wiping out Todak, and Hua at the same time also very, very aggressive moves, right? The initiative that it took was great, but it fell in the hands of Onyx Olympus, who went on a tear, taking out 2 back-to-back Vietnamese teams, but then stopped by GOW. So the food chain is pretty much balanced out for most of the teams, except for Falcons. Falcons, they are the top. They're at the top of the food chain.
Absolutely. Heavy, of course, they try to poke at the Hornet's nest, but Onyx Olympus showed them exactly what it means to challenge them out there in the open. Initially at a disadvantage, but they turned that whole situation around. And towards the ending parts of this matchup, we really thought that GOW could stand a good chance, but unfortunately, sandwiched between 2 titans from Thailand, gave the Vietnamese squad nowhere else to go.
Yeah. What a start from Falcons. I think there's enough to be said, right?
Yeah.
If they're playing, we can expect them to be at the top. But for Hua, I am pleasantly surprised, right? The only thing that they kind of liked from this round is the placement points, which is unfortunate. But based on kind of the moves that they've taken, I expect them to go even harder in the upcoming rounds. If not for circumstances that's getting ambushed by teams like Onyx Olympus, I think Hua can definitely go further.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw what they could do yesterday. You know, I always beg to see that consistency. They brought that out, and it seems like they wanted to continue it here today as well. But of course, we'll take a pause on that opinion. We'll come back right after this interview segment.
We have an interview again, and here is that Team Falcon! Yay! Let's log Team Falcon. What happened? In the first game, you be like some sucker in the beginning. What happened?
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเกมนี้คะในช่วงต้นเกมเหมือนว่าเราจะมีปัญหานิดนึง
ก็ลายเครื่องมันไม่ถึงครับก็เลยทำให้เราแบบโดดไม่ถึงเมืองครับก็เลยมีติดขัดนิดหน่อยครับแต่ก็สุดท้ายก็ทำได้ครับ
The line of the plane is not as we planned, so we jump on the other place. Yeah, and that's why we stalking.
Oh, that's why you have a fight in the beginning of the game,
And can you tell other or some fans of yours that do you have any tip to share to deal with the fight in the beginning of the game
มีทิปอะไรที่เราจะสามารถแชร์เพื่อนๆได้ไหมคะกับการไฟท์ในต้นเกม
ก็พยายามเล่นใจเย็นๆครับเล่นเป็นทีมครับเล่นด้วยกันครับอย่างนั้นก็สบายครับ
all of the
We should try to calm down and play as a team
more communicate more play
Yes
and paid off yes and last one do you want to say anything to your fans all around the world
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆทั่วโลกไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟาคอนด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวทัวร์นี้ก็จะเอาแชมป์ไปให้ได้ครับ
Please cheer and support Team Falcon we gonna take this trophy again
again let's see how this Falcon will fly high or not and now let's get back to you Shoutcaster
Right, you heard it from Peter himself, one of the 4 decorated winners of FFWC from Team Falcons, and the golden road for Team Falcons is still alive, right? If they can somehow win FFWS Fall and then win FFWS Global, they will be the first team in Free Fire competitive history to complete the trifecta, to complete the holy grail of Free Fire competition.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they came out of nowhere. They were always a very promising team, but I would have never counted them as world champion material, right? They always had the potential to really do well in some of this competition. Maybe, you know, finish in the top 5, top 3 maybe, but they went from somewhere around the mid of the table to absolutely dominating FFWS Spring's Grand Finals, and then to do it once again at the Esports World Cup. It's crazy what a little bit of backing from a solid brand can do for you.
I think the most impressive part about them winning EWC is the fact that they did it in a format that is one of the most brutal formats, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of a callback to FFWS 2-3 years ago, where you have limited time, limited matches, and you have to be at your best every single second, and they did it under that circumstances. So if they can do that, I think nothing can stop them. Like, this league is just going to be a breeze.
Yeah, and I think they just got sick and tired of coming in second to the one and only Buriram United within their own local Thailand league in itself. And they just wanted to get the job done on a much bigger platform. And that's exactly what they did. Southeast Asian platform, world platform. They've now dominated 2 back-to-back championships on 2 different level of events. They have absolutely blown my mind with not just their consistency, but their capability to really hold it together on an international stage. And they're right here. They're dominating, full of smiles, full of laughters. This is exactly what you want to see out of a pro squad.
I'm going to quickly talk about one more as well. 12 assists, and on top of having 12 assists, he dealt 3,100 damage in that round. That itself tells you how valuable of a assist player he is. And even when you look at the elimination leaders, it's not Wasana that we've seen for a year straight, but it's Peter right now leading the pack with 30 eliminations, and then followed by On Fire and MVP Collector.
I still do remember the days where you used to scream out Peter's name. I used to lose my mind. His plays with the Bison, and you know, he was just such a promising player out there on the battlefield. It's good to see him really cashing in on all of that hard work right now out there on the battlefield. But of course, the key players from game number 1, Peter with 9 solid eliminations within his hands, 8 headshots out of 10, 21 blue walls deployed out there on the battlefield by Sa Ming, and Ikal just had a unfortunate time out there trying to revive his squad, bring them back in to get ready for the fight. But it was definitely a tough one, but they still managed to walk away with 9 points, which is decent for their opening game.
Yeah, considering the start that they had in that round, it definitely was not easy, right? They had to they got into an early fight with Hua, and then afterwards they basically got forced a hard reset, went to Clock Tower with only scraps because Todak included that area, and had to fight their way until the very end. Not too shabby, but of course 5 more rounds to go, and I think overall this round 1, it's kind of going the way I expected it to be. You know, Falcons, Hua, but it's good to see Onyx Olympus on the board as well. This team gave us a very good journey for the past year, only to fall flat on EWC. So I think even for them as well, they definitely are not satisfied with the outcome. But this moment belongs to Team Falcons, 32 points, and the team that came in second, Expand, it's not even close. It's only half of what Falcons has.
Absolutely, man. Literally half of what Falcons have. But good on Expand for really claiming the second spot through those eliminations. Twisted Minds, just a tad bit challenged. Yes, they did walk away with that second place, but only 5 eliminations this time within this game. Twisted Minds hasn't really been all that twisted out there on the battlefield. They seem a tad bit more soft with their approach in the initial start of this competition. It seems to be that the team's not getting very aggressive just yet.
Yeah, you kind of, I think a lot of things have to fall in place for Twisted Minds, right? The modus operandi is still the same. Sami needs to have a good vantage point, but it lays on the bulk of the weight lies on Nameless and Diamond feeling themselves and being able to go aggressive and create those space. And we're not seeing that in game 1 just yet. But Falcons, 148 points in the lead, and that means that they have 5 more rounds to extend the lead between them and AG. And if you think about it, I mean, Falcons, they technically already have control of the leaderboard as of this point.
Absolutely. And of course, RRQ doing decent enough to continuously climb that ladder. They are now 17 points behind AG Global. I am crossing my fingers to see a little bit of dominance from the Indonesian squads, but nothing available just yet. The top 4 spots was all ripped away by Thailand, Malaysia, as well as Vietnam. Onyx Olympus, the loudest ones on the match, but just 12 points. I'm hoping to see a little bit more after this.
Yeah, same. I think for me, it's same for EVOS Divine, right? They were the Indonesia's last hope, Indonesia's best hope.
Yes.
They fell short by just a couple of points on EWC, right? Having one of the most amazing runs the region has ever seen. Started off pretty poorly, only 2 points in their first round. Then hopefully across the entire knockout stage, we will see EVOS Divine kind of have that resurgence, because I truly believe that this team that we counted out 2 years ago, they're cooking something and they're making a comeback.
And that's why it's just so difficult to predict exactly what's going to happen out there on the battlefield. You never know how much or how ready these teams are out there for the battle. And sometimes when you really choose to take a bet on a certain team, yeah, I'm looking at you, Buriram. They unfortunately dropped the ball at the very, very final moment. And I think they have taken good note of that. As we head on into Purgatory, I want to see exactly how much of improvement is brought in by teams like Todak, Heavy, as well as EVOS, right? They didn't really put out much in the previous game. Now's where you have to shine if you want to catch up with the rest of the competition.
And we are also starting to see certain teams really kind of pull ahead of the curve. Falcons obviously is one of those, Hua or RQ. It's very rare that by day 2 you get to see kind of the leaderboard divided into different segments, right? We have kind of the pack leader, top 5 right now, Falcons, AG, RRQ, Kazu, Hua, and BRU. And then we have the second tier, which is, Expand, GOW, Todak included. And I hope that the gap doesn't keep extending, because that would kind of make the rest of the knockout stage very, very segregated. So hope the rest of the teams are going to start catching up. Maybe let Falcons have their spot because they're way too far ahead, but everyone else, keep it interesting, keep it tight.
I mean, we've got 17 days of the group stage left to play, including today. So there's a lot of time, a lot of matches, a lot of opportunities to catch up. But yeah, fingers crossed we don't see anyone kind of slacking at the start and then hoping and praying for a last-minute miracle out there on the battlefield. From the top 3 teams that we just spotted out on Purgatory, the only one in play today is actually RRQ. Obviously, we don't have the stats from Group C. They are only playing today for the first time. So fingers crossed, we do see some strong opponents for RRQ on this Purgatory matchup. Yes, we're looking at teams like Twisted, Onyx to really step it up out there.
Even when you look at the average data from FFWS SEA Spring, Expand, they are miles ahead of GOW. Every single stat, they have a 1.0 average lead, right? Headshots, assists, eliminations. Even in terms of damage, they are ahead by more than 500. So it means that you put these two teams head to head, 9 out of 10 times, Expand is going to win. But that round 1 doesn't really reflect this, right? GOW put up a heck of a fight. So they're definitely catching up, and Expand with a fresher roster, it definitely does skew the data a little bit from Spring when they still had people like Extroy and Cobra in the team.
And we're going to be able to really compare GOW as well as Expand quite a number of times throughout the first half of our group stage, because they are in Group B together. In fact, on the overall leaderboard, they're just side by side. Expand in the 6th spot, GOW on 7th, and the there's just 6 points that separate them, right? Yes, in fact, the numbers do look like they're skewed towards the side of Expand, but out there on the battlefield in a heated battle, GOW is just that team where you have no idea what's going to happen out there on the battlefield. Sometimes they just turn on that beast mode and wreck their opponents.
What a good time to be a kid, man. Look at, I love the crowd cam.
Oh yeah.
So they're like the same age as like my siblings. I wish I could attend events like this as a kid. But it's good to see the crowd back for Free Fire events, right? How we miss those environments. Hopefully it can only get better, because coming up, Purgatory, one of the biggest maps we have, we'll see if Falcons can continue the dominance and whether other teams will continue to put on that fight to get closer to the top spot.
Loving the stage build on and behind all of the Indonesian players, especially the barbed wire. It just adds such a grunge feel to the whole setup. But of course, as we fly on into Purgatory, the setup matters not. What you do in the game, especially where you take your drop, will decide exactly how your fate is, at least in the first half of this map.
We'll see which team goes for Moat House. That's usually an indicator of a team that wants to take it slow. But we've seen plenty of examples. Other squads have been kind of programmed to take advantage of Moat House dwellers. You just kind of camp at the side. I know Twisted Minds is one of those few teams that really love to punish teams that go for the lone island. And it seems like they're doing the same, right? Taking compound on the southern side of the Moat House where Evo's Divine is headed.
And Evo's Divine not going to be at a super disadvantage just yet, scanning out the area with the R1 as well, just to make sure there are no hidden traps available within that location as they take that drop in. Traps out there in the open. GOW getting the first drop, and my goodness, Noki and 7 both at the same time. XM8 getting the job done. 7 trying to make sure he gets yet another one as well, and has Noki to back him up. Noki on the double. That XM8 really hits hard.
What a start from Todak, getting 3 in a row and not even having to go for any revive, being able to save their coins for later. Heavy, on the other hand, running into Bigatron Delta with Onyx Olympus closely watching this unfold.
Quick loots for the team of Onyx. Standoff between the Vietnam and Indonesian squad. The underdogs from Indonesia, Bigatron Delta, Ikal tagged up already. And in the meantime, GOW hits the full revive for the squad as well. So we're going to see that Vietnamese squad yet again a little bit later on. Long rotation round for Heavy. They just a little bit too spread out on the open, and Gardu down. Vithan, what a fantastic start for him.
That is just unlucky for Onyx Olympus. They didn't want to actively participate, but now they are forced to do so. Zyru shows up with a vehicle, the Tatsuya Dash. Vithan still gets the knock somehow, but thankfully there is backup from Jack, so Heavy not able to get away with murder, but stolen away by DKs from Bigatron Delta. 3-way fight about to break out, but Falcons wants to make it 4-way.
Absolutely, Falcons. Just 2 players showing up. Peter with a surgical strike from the back. Ikal down as well. Coscu just wrecking the competition. Bigatron Delta. They do manage to trade out Peter. And a quick pickup here, but Coscu, does he have those grenades? The bomber of the team going in to finish the job off.
This is so unfair. Coscu himself down 2. So essentially, Falcons kind of got a 3-for-1. And Coscu racking up more. Heavy, forced to go on a revival spree. You can say the same for Bigatron Delta. Peter is not even eliminated yet. Coscu around the corner trying to go for the 1v1. Coscu almost getting the knock, but Blue wants to protect himself. Just give time. Coscu just bulldozes through his own defenses. So Falcons gets 5 points for nothing.
Coscu says thank you for the 3 points. My goodness, Bigatron Delta did not see that one coming, and a beautiful, clean wipeout courtesy of Mr. Coscu as well as Team Falcons. But the job's not done just yet. They've got their eyes set on Heavy now, on fire, leading the charge with the Bison in hand. Has to be careful here. 2v1s don't really put you at a advantage. Needs to wait for backup. UAV sent out. They scanned out the area already. Heavy under a lot of heavy pressure now.
Man, Team Falcons playing this like it's the grand final. They're really just coming out the gates, guns blazing. Hans, 1v2, no chance at all. And Team Falcons cashes in on 2 more points. That's 7 points to boot.
Yeah, okay, all right. Team Falcons looking to run away from the competition today. It is a holiday for Team Buriram and AG Global, and they're going to take a good enough advantage of that to put a solid distance between themselves as well as the two other teams. RRQ, on the other hand, continuing the onslaught. They want to circle around, spotting out GOW, done in a really rough spot. They are nowhere near to back him up yet.
Not much time for them to recover after kind of an early skirmish with Todak as well. So this is a tough spot for GOW to be in. Now, RQ Kazu, they will just take their time, right? Covering most of the ground. The unspotted out. So if Dutz can get the elimination, this would be disastrous for GOW.
WAG spots out Axel from Expand. Axel, the ex-captain of Expand. So wait, who's the captain for Expand right now? Because Too Fast is back. Does that make him the captain?
I would assume so.
Yeah, I think so too.
In my mind, he has always been the captain. Well, even when he's not in the active roster, right? But
yeah, hard to take away the leadership qualities of the one and only Too Fast. But with the new roster, I wonder exactly how they're going to fare. Ray Bison. This is just an absolute ambush. Artemis had no chance up against all of the players from EVOS Divine. Ski Lodge really belongs to them. Got a vending machine to play around with as well, and a good place to spend all of those points on.
I mean, even from Team Flash, the heavy Artemis has not been finding much ground. Tan getting knocked down by Abai. So RQ Kazu finally striking when the eye is hot enough. GOW forced to scatter into the wind. There should be 3 points for the Indonesians. Not much the T can do.
Yeah, he's the sacrificial lamb that's going to be pulling the squad away, but what a shot. Flying Woodpecker to the head. I mean, you don't see that every day, and RRQ just working magic out there, but GOW still survives.
Yeah, going on that revival spree is always a very, very, very torturous situation to be in. You're spending most of your resources in just bringing your teammates back, but at the same time, you don't really have much to work with as the game progresses with or without you. Look at EVOS Divine, though, trapped in the blue. Doesn't hurt as much yet, but Falcons way ahead of the curve. Moving past Ski Lodge, which means that if EVOS Divine wants to make a rotation, they might run into Falcons. But for Falcons, they can do whatever they want. They have free reign of the map right now.
Even if you are at the 5th circle, yeah, I think most people will just tank the blue rather than deal with Team Falcons. It's an instant push out to the lobby where they'll have to wait for the next game. So we'll catch up with that action in a bit as Falcons look for a brand new spot to camp. While Esports, on the other hand, do have a decent enough defensive side. And if they do get involved in a scuffle here with WAG, that gives a very big advantage to Onyx Olympus as well to sneak away a couple of points, both off of WAG as well as them.
Yeah, gotta see where WAG rotates to. If they can get behind the wall, then they will be safe from Hua. It's a pretty nice area to hang around, though. You do have a lot of open ground to work with, and they feel safe enough. Not really having to use much utilities to gather intel, at least not for now. EVOS Divine making it to safety, finds a compound, and then on the far end, you see Falcons perched on top of the hill. Basically a vantage point to allow them to kind of scout around the area to plan the next move, and also puts them inside the circle, and still have the liberty to gatekeep EVOS Divine if they rotate northwards.
So many possibilities with the situation here. It's all up to EVOS Divine to decide exactly how the coin falls. They circle on in. Salt bunker right in front of them. Question is, do they have a key to have those doors open Too Fast? Mini Uzi in hand. And I don't know how he's going to survive this one. Man's got, 300 extra coins in hand. Should be able to buy back at least one player. Has got the pocket market on him as well. But I believe this is going to be the end for the captain.
Can he at least get one? I think one will be enough. Gotta do it fast before the rest of Onyx Olympus arrive, and I think he has missed that window. Jack found the high ground, and Too Fast follows pretty quickly. Point number 2 for Onyx Olympus. Express still in the game, but on the last legs, and now EVOS Divine inevitably runs into Falcons. Riptide ready to break that blue wall. Falcons on the offense.
Yep, beautiful stuff coming through from Falcons, but one more's just a little bit off angle here. Needs to reposition instantaneously. Bottle Go can be used, but it might be a waste. Team Falcons doesn't drop by to do that just yet. Twisted Minds approaching the situation as well, and Ray has spotted that out. Bottle goes straight into the thick of the action for Twisted Minds, dropping one more. This is big for Twisted.
Very well done, and it opens up the angle not just for Sa Ming, but now they can pincer Falcons. And Falcons are going to use the portal go to disengage as fast as they can. The 1 second channel time, getting one more out of it, on fire out of it, and even reviving one more. Very, very good decision making from Falcons. And this also frees up Evil's Divine. At the end of the day, Twisted Minds, the biggest winners, and I think they're continuing to chase. Cosby just get knocked, and they went with the go portal as well.
On Fire did spot out Sa Ming, but could not do much against it. Backing away slowly, Peter. This is Team Falcons just holding on, clutching at straws here to survive the onslaught. That Twisted Mind brings in, and all thanks to the Trogon. Peter drops as well, courtesy of another grenade, and the tag from the back. X-Posy serving it up hot. And this might just be the end as Twisted Minds goes in for the finish out.
What a decision from Twisted Minds to follow Team Falcons. Onyx Olympus on the other hand from behind. Gardos, how could you not get that? Absolute disaster for Onyx Olympus. That could have been a free one as they losers out on the opportunity. Onyx Olympus don't get anything. It is WAG to cash in on their 7th point.
Jack desperately looking for some coins out there to bring his team members back in. So we'll catch up with Onyx Olympus to see if or not they do get slightly richer to be able to afford another life. Heavy on the other hand, full team on that revival spree. But it looks like they've managed to pick up some loot. Not too decent. You've got 4 glue walls and 1 medkit on Artemis that shows you the Team Heavy is struggling a tad bit out there, and getting into a scuffle right now is not going to fare them well. Speaking of a scuffle, here comes the Malaysian battle. Todak taking on Expand on a roof.
Instant revive onto Noki. Trapstone not that lucky. He's gonna be
Wow.
eliminated. Todak losing 7 in the process. The GOW also sticks their head in from afar. On the other hand, Evil's Divine wants to be a part of this as well. Todak, public enemy number 1 in this exchange. Biggest loser so far, and Expand, they don't even need to do much. Right now, they can just rotate freely as they want as the rest of the team comes in and fight amongst
Yeah,
themselves.
quite poetic. Malaysians infighting, and then Indonesia and Vietnam show up to just crush both those squads. A little unfortunate for Expand and Todak, but now the skirmish between GOW as well as EVOS Divine. Full barricades up already, and a well-timed glue wall once again to keep them a little safe. G'day trying his very best to keep the players away from the rest of his team members, but the Trogon's just not gonna reach far enough.
How did Tan sneak that grenade in? And this could be the opening for GOW. He loses that one somehow, but Iza quickly recovers 2 for his team. GOW is keeping EVOS Divine in that building. Lian also having a lot of angles to work with, and EVOS Divine not long for this lobby. AVAX also gets knocked down. EVOS Divine out.
Yeah, the FGL was the MVP in that engagement. Crazy stuff. It's definitely a hack adding that gun into the matchup, but now Hua up against RRQ, a little bit of a disadvantage here. Grenades tossed back and forth between the two. Ma'al trying to find a reposition with the VSS in hand. He does have the sights onto Hua, but I don't think it's very wise for RRQ to engage in this situation. WAG's right behind them, and Xbox finds a beautiful connection onto Poppy, and this is it for Hua. They're being sandwiched by 2 teams, and RRQ does have a solid advantage here to finish the job.
WAG doesn't even feel comfortable trying to go for RRQ thanks to the railings, the rail guards on this row. So RRQ, Kazu feeling extremely safe. And Hua on the last legs, Shin behind that boulder as just picks up point number 7 for his team. Now turning his attention to WAG. Shin getting knocked down. This could be the end for Hua.
I mean, Hua had a fantastic start up against RRQ when they met each other. I mean, great trades back and forth with just WAG's presence right behind them. In the most unfortunate of timing, put Hua out of the equation from taking away the Booyah. But not those placement points. Yanbin is still here. He just needs to look for one opening.
Falcons have made a recovery somehow. But for GOW though, unlucky. They are eliminated straight. Falcons now just watching this unfold from long range as Twisted Minds. They are the ones leading the chart. 12 eliminations, but now caught in the middle of multiple heavy fires.
choked on my own saliva there. Sorry, guys. I was about to say, looking for an opening to get to that vending machine, but the man is broke, has got enough of those defenses. Blue wall is just not available on him. Portal Go could get him out there. And the circle closes in, so there's just no opportunity for any of the theatrics here. X4 once again continues. The snipes from afar, and the Riptide Rhythm will do heavy in breaking down their defenses. Artemis sprayed down, but no follow-up coming on through. They're using the terrain well.
Oh no, WAG, all that heavy lifting to nothing as they get wiped out by Heavy. The worst possible conclusion to all that work that they put in, and Heavy now survives. And they have decent space to work with.
Talk about a response from Heavy, man. I mean, WAG started the fight. Heavy finished it instantaneously. Not so sure exactly what WAG was thinking as they took those shots. But now RRQ, with their eyes set on to Falcons, trying to squeeze their way in through that circle, but Twisted Minds keeping them at bay, and it's gonna be the Riptide Rhythm that puts Coscu at a lot of risk, gets tagged up, but those glue walls still saving him. Saming, Yanbin, both at the same time. Coscu's out, Falcons in a lot of trouble.
Even the strongest, most resilient player in the world cannot survive such heavy fire, and Falcons barely hanging on fire, about to fall flat in just a little bit. Heavy finds himself on top of the roof with Twisted Minds running straight into the compound to find cover. Maybe an extra point on the way. They are doing so, and being able to get rid of Falcons means Twisted Minds now safe.
Yanbin still alive, and he's tanking the blue, just hoping and praying everybody ignores him, but Heavy has spotted him out as well. Shots through the window, great blue wall, and a double on top of everything else. Artemis trying to tag him in. FGL in the hands of Yanbin, and he's still surviving.
Oh my god, Heavy doing such an amazing job on top of the roof, and they even are going to have the advantage when the blue zone eventually closes in, getting to watch over the rest of the teams who are going to start running out of the building. And RQ Kazu is going to be the ones in the rough spot having to deal with Twisted Minds and their full power.
I mean, Yanbin finally tagged up from the back, and he turns in 180 with the Frogon finally eliminated. But what a fight from Mr. Yanbin. Heavy up on top of the roof, 7 eliminations strong. RRQ stuck at the bottom, and Twisted Minds twisting them out.
Of all the things, it's a mine that ends the run for RRQ Kazu, and Twisted Minds having the entire area just booby trapped up, and now it's between them and Heavy. Can Twisted Minds complete the run?
Heavy played this one really smartly up on top of that roof. Vitan just waiting with the mini Uzi. Twisted Minds refusing step on out. A mine has been dropped already by Heavy right outside the window, but nobody's home. Nobody's exiting through that window just yet. Twisted Minds taking the back doors, and they quickly reposition around, keeping themselves still alive.
Very well done from Twisted Minds to find that opening, and now this forces Heavy to take the initiative, to force Heavy to put pressure on them. But Twisted Minds around the corner is Diamond to lead the charge into the entire squad of Heavy, and Nameless somehow pulls through, and Saming finds a shot in the midst of this elaborate. Heavy just could not withstand the extreme firepower of the Thai squad. Twisted Minds repeats what Falcons did in game 1, is another 20 eliminations and a booyah on top.
They were watching from the sidelines yesterday. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, but it was a rough start for Twisted Minds. 14 points in the first game, just not enough. Miles behind Falcons, who picked up 32, but this game should put them right in the run for that #1 spot by the end of today between groups B and C.
And a 32-point as well. 32-point injection for the squad. This is a big morale boost, not just for Twisted Minds, but overall really showcases how, like, what they can achieve when the conditions are right? We literally talked about this before the game started. We said that Saming has to have a good angle, Nameless and Diamond, they gotta feel like themselves with Exposy supporting them, and everything fell into place. And look at what we've gotten from the boys.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Twisted Minds, always a promising squad. They are very rarely off their mark, especially with Saming and his snipes. The final second AWM straight through the chest in such a close quarter situation shows you exactly how quick they are with the battles out there on the battlefield. I would love to see some M82B action between him as well as Ma'al. That engagement has not connected just yet. Speaking of Ma'al, RRQ performing so much better in this game.
Oh yeah, even RQ really stepping up. A bit of a heartbreak, of course, for teams like WAG, who really look like they are going to make that run happen, but it fell flat at the very end, right? So much work put in, but no finishes. Tristan Mine cashing in on all of kind of the groundwork laid out by crippling Falcons and eventually finishing them off. But most importantly, able to find that angle to sneak out of the compound that really felt like it was going to trap them thanks to Heavy's preparation and taking the win away at the end.
Absolutely. And of course, if they hit 32, that means they've equalized exactly what Falcon got on that game number 1. So I'm just mainly curious as to what did Falcons manage to pull away in this matchup? Because yes, that fight for that number 1 spot between groups B and C is there. But Falcons did make it into that final circle as well with quite a number of eliminations in hand.
Yeah, they did go out to a flying start, so I think it's not going to affect them too much, but for Twisted Minds, it's a completely different story. And even when you look back at the highlights, right, this is a very different opening. You have GOW, who got completely ran over by Todak in the early game and never really got to recover. And then you have the infighting, and then you have Heavy against Onyx Olympus, which also was a very interesting exchange.
Absolutely. And of course, later on, it was Team Falcons just, business as usual, claiming life after life as they wiped the floor with Bigatron Delta and continued the onslaught onto Heavy the moment they spotted them out in Forge.
Yeah. Then afterwards, you have kind of Twisted Minds that really went on the rabbit hunt, the duck hunting in the early game. Most of the fights were happening, between the Vietnamese and the Indonesian teams, WAG against Onyx Olympus. This one, I think, was one of the more chaotic one. The fact that Onyx Olympus somehow dropped the ball, and then you see WAG proceed to do the exact same thing afterwards against Heavy is quite ironic, to say the least.
I mean, this engagement from Heavy just shows you how much they have improved out there on the battlefield, right? Very sharp with their shots. It was WAG that started off the engagement between the two. They got the first knock, but Heavy said, you know what, we'll finish this. Please get out of our faces so that we can get the booyah. They didn't get the booyah, but at least they managed to pick up solid number of points in this match.
Yeah, able to get control of the final circle, I think, is the first step, right? No booyah, very unfortunate, but what to do? You're up against Twisted Minds, who were literally on a tear. So Heavy, they can look back at that round and give themselves a pat on the back. It's as clean as it could have gotten. But for Twisted Minds, let's see if they can continue this.
Well, we have to throw this over for an interview. So when we...
Please push to your Twitter and welcome Captain! Yay! Our Captain นะคะ from Twisted Mind ค่ะ Yay! Diamond! Strong like a diamond. Are you นี่ Are you excited?
ตื่นเต้นไหมคะ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
Yes, excited.
Okay. First question, I want to ask you, what was your first impression to be in Free Fire League?
คำถามแรกคือความประทับใจแรกที่ได้เข้ามาในลีกของฟรีไฟคืออะไรคะ
ก็คือได้เจอเพื่อนๆครับแบบหลากหลายนิสัยหลากหลายผู้คนก็รู้สึกชอบนี่ครับ
My first impression is to get to see many friends from not limited to just Thailand but other region.
Wow. So like your Miss Universe answer. Okay. What excites you the most right now?
แล้วอะไรที่ทำให้เราตื่นเต้นมากที่สุดในตอนนี้คะ
ก็การแข่งขันนี่นะครับเพราะว่าคนเก่งมันเพิ่มขึ้นเยอะครับหลายๆประเทศก็พัฒนากันขึ้น
My current excitement moment is now because I get to see and face with many strongest team because all the regions keep improving. Very good.
Wow. So do you know that there are lots of people talking about yes also your team and your performance and your shirt, your jersey is very cool and handsome. Do you have one for me?
พี่ยูกิเขาบอกว่านอกจากที่ทีมจะพูดถึงผลงานและการเล่นของเราหลายๆทีมหลายๆคนเนี่ยก็พูดถึงเรื่องเสื้อทีมว่ามันน่ารักมากมีให้พี่ยูกิสักตัวไหม
มีครับพี่ไปเอาที่โค้ดผม
Okay, so I get one. He said that he have one for me. Don't be serious, guy. Do you want to say anything to your fan? And this is the last question.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมทวิตเต็ดมาด้วยครับรายการนี้มาแน่ครับ
Please support Twisted Mind. We will try to get the trophy for this competition.
Okay, we will see and hope for that. Good luck for your team. And now let's get back to you, Shoutcaster.
Thank you very much, Yuki. You may not have the jersey, but I know a person that has it.
Yeah, I have it. It's somewhere in the closet. I wasn't prepared for this moment, but let me tell you, it's one of the best purchases I've ever made. So I just love it. I never thought that I would fall in love with a baseball style jersey, but then there's Twisted Minds. I not only have the jersey, I also have the Twisted Mind pin, which I'll probably bring it out after the break. You know, just give me some time to kind of sift through my wardrobe. You know, my drawers somewhere there.
I'll get it too eventually once they become the world champions. But of course, it was a fantastic start. I was anticipating a day for Indonesia to rise up to the occasion, but unfortunately, 3 Indonesian teams are down at the very bottom alongside Todak, and only one seems to be performing up to our expectations, and that seems to be RRQ. They had a decent start yesterday. They're continuing that run today. They seem to be the only flag bearer for Indonesia, and it seems to be yet again another day where Thailand dominates. Falcon and Twisted Minds, I'm still waiting to see exactly what the score was for Falcons, because I want to know if not Twisted Minds managed to overtake them with just this one game.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, I want to see where Twisted Mind is going to end up on the leaderboard itself, right? After such an explosive round. Yeah. Thanks to yesterday's outcome, most of the teams are fairly close to one another on the leaderboard. So, you know, Twisted Minds have a good chance to just rocket themselves up the standings. But you gotta look at the player MVP first. Is Diamond in this game and really pulled it off at the very end, especially being able to run into the midst of everything and take out the members of Heavy to give his team the edge.
And you can see exactly what's giving his team the edge. He's pointing it out right now. It is the phone. It is our main sponsor for the competition. And of course, if you've got the device to absolutely wreck your competition out there on the battlefield, you're gonna be able to perform well. But like you said, Husky, the playing field is all even. Everybody's got the exact same device. It is the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. So it's not really a super big advantage for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, it's more like how much can you optimize yourself with the device, right? Yeah. It's always kind of those small talks within the community, or how fast can you get used to it. But even when you look at the overall stats for the team, I gotta say this version of Twisted Minds is always what I admire about them the most. They are not kind of the jack of all trades. All of them are very specialized, which could be their biggest weakness. But when things come together, it looks and flows so seamlessly. You know, Sa Ming, you always love to see him hit some impossible shots.
Holy mama, look at the numbers here, man. I mean, 6 eliminations out of Exposy. And obviously he was not the only carry for the squad. Everybody chipping in. There's so much of aggression out of this squad, and they come in with such a beautiful lineup of active and passive skills, and running a triple R1 as well. Rare to see, but it seems like it's giving them a lot of advantage out there on the battlefield.
Absolutely. And even the overall stats in this case, right? Look at Sa Ming himself, 4.2k total damage. And you would think that, you know, in these close quarter combats in that final circle, even snipers would switch to CQC weapons. And then you have Sa Ming, who just sticks to a sniper rifle and somehow gets some insane shots. And key player, of course, you still have Exposy on the list, 6 eliminations, followed by Explorer as the sniper with the most damage dealt, but just no collection, unfortunately.
Yeah, and of course, the main reason why Exposy was able to go out there so confidently was because of the support player Nameless running the active Cassie, giving him that basic therapy, that focus therapy, to be able to instantly restore so much of hit points to him as he takes these aggressive maneuvers. 6 eliminations, but once again, it was just not about that one single player, right? Sa Ming played a lot of role in the back as well, taking a majority of that damage, taking a majority of those hit points away from the opponents, allowing Exposy to finish up the job up close and personal.
Absolutely. And I think for Twisted Minds, they just gotta keep that momentum. But elimination leaders, Peter still in the lead, followed by On Fire, and then Dew, and then Cosq also makes it onto top 5 with Death with equal amount of eliminations by his side.
Yeah, final day for Team Falcons to really rake in the numbers, rake in the booyahs, the eliminations, to put themselves in line for the title of Predator of the Week. One of their players, of course, and of course, Peter is looking for the title for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if Coscu catches up because his grenades have been pretty solid, and this is what we were waiting to see. 14 points for Falcon. That's what Twisted Minds got on game number 1. So they are going to be all tied at the top of the leaderboard. And of course, that's only considering Group B and C. Overall leaderboard, I'm pretty sure with this performance, Twisted Minds is currently outdoing some teams from Group A.
Oh, 100%. I think I looked at the overall leaderboard. If I remember correctly, I think even teams like Indostars and PE Sports might start falling behind just off of one match. And look at this, Twisted Minds in 9th spot, just like that.
Insanity, man. I mean, 2 games and you are in already, better than 4 teams that played and completed 6 matches, right? This shows you exactly how capable Thailand is, how capable Twisted Minds are to climb up this leaderboard. And this is just the start of the day. We've got 4 more matches to go. And of course, the alarm bells are ringing in the heads of AG Global, but there's nothing much they can do about this. They're going to continuously lose this spot, but they will have a lot to say when they come back into play tomorrow.
Absolutely. So we just have to let them kind of simmer a little bit, see what the feel is like for the teams from Group C. But for Twisted Minds, this is a fantastic start. Falcons, you're probably not too worried at all. Sure, you kind of dropped the ball a little bit, no booyah, big deal. They are still miles ahead of everyone else. And even RQ Kazu, who is in 2nd, is about 39 points behind them. And RQ Kazu is not really having the best of games, but it's good enough to maintain a decent spot.
Yeah, today RRQ 29 points out of 2 matches. Average 14.5. I'll take that, right? Because RRQ is a team that's capable of finding those booyahs as well. Just hasn't really gotten into the rhythm of doing that just yet. But I still do want to see the rise of Indonesia. I mean, I'm expecting more from Onyx, Bigatron, as well as EVOS Divine, especially EVOS Divine, after what they showed that they can do on the Esports World Cup stage.
I think the one that took the biggest hit was definitely EVOS Divine and then Onyx Olympus, right? So hopefully they can kind of make that bounce back as we head into the rest of the matches. But for now, we're going to take a quick short break and we'll return for more Free Fire action.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Minds ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kaju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta.
It's time to strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season. And we're on the second day of the group stage. We just got done with 2 games. Thailand off to a blazing start as always. Falcons and Twisted Minds. But it's me and Mustachio AJ to bring you guys the rest of the action for this evening.
And it's just absolutely insane how these two teams, Twisted Minds as well as Falcons, have picked up the exact same number of points after 2 matches, kind of interlacing between each other, right? First, Falcon picks up 32 and then 14. Twisted Minds does the exact same thing except in reverse, 14 and 32. What are they going to continue to do here? Do we see more dominance out of them? Because we know Twisted Minds had quite a solid run in the previous season of FFWS SEA, and now they're just continuing to do exactly that. Falcons, on the other hand, did not really whoop butt out there on the battlefield except that very final grand finals day. But at the same time, wait. I did not give this prediction. I did not say it. Hey.
What? That's blasphemous.
But it's okay. I'll take it, man. I mean, Buriram's not playing today for sure. Falcons may be the one to take that number 1 spot, but it's okay, guys. I'm just gonna forget this one ever happened, all right? But anyway, going back to what I was saying, I really hope and pray that there can be a little bit more dominance out there from some of the other regions because, you know, as usual, Thailand is just stealing the thunder.
Yeah, I think teams that that are not super familiar with Twisted Minds kind of forgot the fact that they actually lifted an international trophy before, albeit it's kind of not the direct roadmap to the FFWS Global, but still, right? They won a trophy in Sao Paulo just less than half a year before this. So Twisted Minds themselves, when they were reverse red, have already made a mark for themselves, and this is just kind of the side of them that we've always loved to see. And maybe heading into Alpine, we'll see if Twisted Minds can continue this dominance.
Absolutely, of course. As we head on into Alpine, there is a possibility of an upset here because this is where Hua performed really well yesterday, picking up a total of 31 points. And out of the 31, we also saw them grab a booyah on this map. I'm looking for them to pick up a little bit of pacing here because Hua has had a decent enough start to the day, but the engagements, the way they're getting caught out there in a couple of those fights just do not fare them well. And speaking of which, they are currently leading the leaderboard in terms of dominance on this map. Granted, Group C hasn't really played Alpine yet.
And a very, very dominant one, in fact, right? They only played Alpine once, but 31 points, essentially kind of what we saw from Falcons and Twisted Minds in the earlier 2 rounds where they got 32. So, like you said, they're gonna be feeling really comfortable heading into Alpine, and perhaps this is the map that is going to help them recover on that standing. They're now currently in 4th place, but it's just one good round to place them in top 3 ahead of AG.
RRQ's not too shabby on this map as well. Then again, not their best map to be playing on, so a tad bit worried for the Indonesian squad. They've had a decent enough day today to continuously climb up this leaderboard. But of course, only luck will tell exactly how we will find the initial flight path. Is it going to skew the drop spots? Is it going to be putting a couple of these teams in a little bit of a pickle at the very start of the day as we head on into Alpine? We'll find out in a bit.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see if teams Twisted Minds, the Group C squad, is going to make any difference on this map? Are they going to kind of affect the dynamic of the dominant team? Like we said, like Hua, even Indostars is in top 3, but they're not playing today. Very even flight path, very forgiving, in fact, cutting right through the middle. And we see that even spread, like we've seen in the past 2 rounds as well. The teams generally don't want to clash with one another.
WAG and Bigatron Delta, though, not having the exact same line of thought, looking to take a very early engagement here at Rivermouth. Todak heading on straight towards the exact same location as Hua as well. So that's going to be a very early engagement, potentially an advantage for Hua, but it really depends as to who finds the better weapon first.
And if you are Bigatron Delta right now, you better make sure that if WAG runs into you, you win that fight, because they've only gotten 10 points off of 2 rounds. And both rounds was because they got up to a very, very rough start, being forced into that revival spree and not having enough resources to make it to the end of the round. WAG will take their time, right? They've kind of messed up. They kind of dropped the ball in the previous round, and they want to make sure that it does not happen again.
Let's see how they manage the situation, though. Not a lot of loot to dance around with. Early game, WAG, Cyrus, Bison in hand. A good enough weapon, gets those stacks, but outnumbered, and he will go down. Mag 7, just the better sprays out of that shotgun. Krillin gets caught out as well, and Bigatron off to a fantastic start up against WAG.
Great flush from Bigatron Delta coming in with a 2-prong attack, and WAG just did not have information or enough info to work with. Scared as well with the Arvons getting 3 people, so BTR knows that there's an extra player from a different team in the vicinity, and that belongs to Twisted Minds. But Alan is not willing to back down just yet, getting a snipe on his own. Explorer caught sleeping at the wheel, trying to go for a revive, and that costed his team. BTR off to a fantastic opening.
Diamond says hello, straight up headshot. Ika goes down. Take it out of the equation. My goodness, he bided his time well there. And now Bigatron with yet another Arvon scan, but I think Diamond is going to run out of luck here because GOW is approaching the situation as well, and Diamond has just got nowhere to run off to.
See if he can be the shepherd and lead GOW into BTR. That would be, in of his own, a very funny predicament, but at the same time, far Onyx losing Jack and Twisted by Saming somehow finds the end. So Twisted Minds are not too far behind.
Absolutely. GOW finding a sneaky one onto the Onyx player from up top. Saming responding. I guess Diamond called for that backup, and backup said, here we are. Mini Uzi, Ton finding no connections whatsoever. The Bison in his opponent's hand is going to be putting Ton at a very, very big disadvantage. He comes in for that backup as well. Mac 10 is there. 3 minutes in, you got to wonder exactly how much of armor Team Twisted Minds has on them, but Diamond says, you know what, you don't need to find out. Bison straight to the back, gets the knock.
Very well done from Diamond, blocking off the stairwell, so buying time for his team to show up and even get an extra point. And now Ton is the one who is trapped in this building. Sami just goes straight for the rush. There's no regards for his own safety. That's confidence in a nutshell. Sami finding point number 3 for his team.
Yeah, burst shotgun. Too deadly, and of course going up against a Mini Uzi. He had the armor in hand to get the job done. Now Hua moving in for the ambush. Todak though has got a little bit of a surprise backup in EVOS Divine, and I don't think Hua sees this one coming.
EVOS Divine, let's see how much damage they can do. Off to the 2nd floor, G'day goes and into the open, but in around the corner is actually 7, who just got knocked down by Shin, and EVOS Divine finds himself in a pretty rough spot with Yanbin coming out as the backup. Noki gets knocked down. It's a 3-way fight, but Hua looks like the biggest winner as Yanbin catches Bara with his back turn. EVOS Divine losing members left, right, and center.
Yeah, big blessings here for Hua. EVOS Divine came up at the very, very right time to give them a little bit of assistance as well as bonus points. Now G'day hoping and praying he can find a way to survive here as Raid bursts away. Outnumbered, Death will find the headshot, putting him on the ground. Wow, 5 points up, and they've cleaned house.
Thank you for your service, EVOS Divine. You are no longer needed. 5 points, like you said, and a more aggressive start, more active start. in map 3 compared to the previous two. Onyx Olympus now finding themselves face to face with Twisted Minds, and Twisted Mind takes the goal portal to gain distance, only to put themselves within the vicinity of Team Falcons.
Falcons backing away, and they want to set up their defense first before dropping that ambush onto anyone. Twisted Minds did a very smart wraparound, Saming good glue wall to block away those shots as his team members find this compound to make into their defensive spot. And now this is a very early skirmish between the two teams that are dominating the top of the leaderboard between Group B and C.
Come Diamond making contact already. On Fire will literally just put himself in the front line to draw attention away. Tatsuya dash into the building. Let's see where Twisted Mind is going to put their attention on. Maybe Peter is the answer. Diamond around the corner. Peter not able to find safety just yet. Diamond relentless to find a knock. Twisted Minds opening up the fight with a good shot, and Sa Ming finds number 2. Diamond cleans up house. Falcons are just being dismantled.
Absolutely, and Twisted Minds trying to turn them inside out. Time to the chrono on the very right moment for the pop, and Twisted Minds doesn't get that knock, but it's just about time. On Fire right outside and finally gets dropped by Diamond Strogon. This is an easy cleanup. Vending machine though, purchase back onto On Fire, so the insurance is there kicking in. One more goes down, but Falcons stay alive.
Twisted Minds cashing in 10 points already and forcing Falcons to go into cold red. Just panic revives, trying to make sure that they don't get wiped out. And they managed to achieve that, but at a very hefty cost. And Twisted Minds, they are more than ready to continue this aggression. X-Kabi will be basically isolated. Good Riptide Rhythm to destroy the glue walls. EXO finds a freebie.
Let's see if or not Expand can continue this momentum. They just picking off easy ones at this point. Getting involved in great big scuffles have not been very advantageous for them. Speaking of advantages, Todak finding a free one, cost you out in the open. Easy shot for Wings. And he'll take that point.
And that puts Team Falcons in an even rougher spot. I believe only 1 or 2 members left. Expand themselves not out of the water though. Hua did run into them. There's a trade happening off screen. Todak, on the other hand, will basically have the luxury of just gearing up, as they are uncontested at this point with 4 points under the belt.
Pretty shocked with the performance of Twisted Minds here. 6th at FFWS SEA Spring, 6th at EWC as well. But now an explosive start. We just have to keep our fingers crossed that this is something they can maintain. But one team that has been able to maintain a very strong momentum here is Hua. Too Fast does manage to get the upper hand alongside Mr. Axel with a drop. Shin taken out of the equation. Poppy backing away. Expand has the numbers to do them in, an Axel with a double for himself up against Hua.
Very, very nice shot from Axel. 4 eliminations out of the 5 that the team has, and that essentially just pushes Hua away. Realize that they gotta give respect to Axel when he is unseen. So Hua disengages, still keeping the run intact. RRQ Kazu on the other hand, with a quieter start. Again, another fun fact: the 33% rate on the pocket market for RRQ Dudes, one of the most popular utilities right now, which is the convenience that it provides. But I think recent adjustments have made it a bit more reasonable. At least you can't just pull it out and do whatever you want with it.
Absolutely, man. And I mean, even after you pull it out, there's a little bit of a disadvantage, I guess. If you pull it out at the wrong time, you only have 2 users. So you got to make sure you're getting the right timing on that. Granted, of course, you do have multiple players who can bring in that pocket market. Now, Onyx Olympus, they seem to be wanting to gatekeep GOW. This circle is not going to be putting on too much of damage. And Onyx Olympus is quite spread out there on the battlefield. GOW, can they play this reversal up against them? He's trying to reposition to see if he can find a flanking position to back up the rest of his team members. But he's going to be the first one to get spotted out.
Even swapping in the Russia as well. Kiba is in for map 3. Gonna launch the assault onto GOW. Zyro did take the risk of running out into the blue just to find more info, but see the goal portal for GOW to take that high ground advantage. And Gary sees this, so Iza will have to relocate. That's not a position for him to perch on top of. all things considered, Onyx Olympus are handling this pretty well, making sure that GOW, even though have the vantage point, are not able to get shots off.
Absolutely, and of course, not able to get into the circle as well. GOW will have to slow their pace down just to find a little bit of recovery. And a very well-played portal go to find the roof as well. But they will have to tank the damage from the blue. Onyx Olympus doesn't seem to be a team that wants to stay long enough to find out exactly how this next round of Scuffle is going to go. They find the reposition so that they can get a better defensive spot in the next circle.
Even for RQ Kazu, gonna start to amp up the pace a little bit. Two of their members taking initiative with the launch pad into the middle, into the zone to see what they can find. At least you have kind of long range support for now. Bigatron Delta, Onyx Olympus are in the vicinity. EVOS Divine as well. Basically, this is the congregation of the Indonesians right in this area.
RRQ right beside Bigatron. The two Indonesian squads. RRQ just the better one for the day. And Bigatron desperately needs more points. Currently sitting down at the bottom of the leaderboard between B and C. And Traps from afar finding Exposi. No elimination. No key! Finds the finisher as well for Team Todak. So fantastic start. And Expand has been just picking up strays all across the battlefield. And now in a scuffle with Hua.
Yeah, and Hua loses against Expand. So Expand cashes in 11 eliminations.
Nice.
Out of nowhere, as people were not paying much attention. Even Twisted Minds are having a rough time, losing two of their members to Todak. And Falcons, on the other hand, having the complete opposite experience, recovering from what seems to be a horrible start thanks to Twisted Minds.
Oh my.
They're still down one man.
Expand straight to the back of a player from the side of Falcons. It is Kosku, the bomber of the squad that has no bombs on him. No medkit, no glue walls. Kosku, this is the end for you. Unless you pull off the greatest clutch in the world with 67 HP on fire, on standby to back him up. But they're going to abandon Kosku and find the circle instead. And on the opposite side, Twisted Minds awaiting the rest of the players from Falcons. This seems to be a really tough game for Falcons to find that survival.
We'll see if Falcons can get rid of Diamond and Saming. It's an even 2 against 2, and Diamond, he's already under a lot of pressure as well. And Kosku is somehow still surviving. So it's not the end of the world just yet. Expand turning their attention over to the other side of the area against EVOS Divine. And this means that maybe Falcons have found a way out. Onyx Olympus, though, might also be forced out of the lobby. GOW losing members to RRQ Kazu in the meantime.
A125 finds the tag, but he does have the Joseph. So he's not going to have to worry about too much of the slows coming through from the tag. But what he does need to worry about is the loss of the 3 other players. Now he needs to survive all on his own, and all he has is a monster truck on the roof of that house.
Falcons did end up losing Kosku finally, but they did flush out Twisted Minds, and you see the compound that they've taken over, extending their lifeline in this game. With how packed this area is, I'm surprised that the teams are still not engaging, or maybe not for Todak. They have pulled the trigger already, running straight into Onyx Olympus. This could propel Todak into the lead, but they are dealing with more than just Onyx Olympus. They're also dealing with Bigatron Delta, and Todak getting punished left, right, and center.
I mean, getting sandwiched between 2 Indonesian squads. Todak just does not have a chance of running away from this engagement. And they get eliminated in 10th just before the 5th circle closes on in. RRQ now on hunting mode. They've already sniffed out a couple of other opponents right in front of them. And Onyx Olympus might just be the next target. RRQ really dealing with the very edge of this circle here. About to tank a little bit of damage from the blue as well.
RQ decides that they are going to be the first team to move first, as Gary actually gets found by Dian, who has been on the roof for the entire time, as the remnants of Falcons and Twisted Minds are just trying to find safe space, but not much left though, both down to just one survivor, and RQ Kazu seems to be the biggest winner for now. Falcons out in 9th.
Super rotation by RRQ, finding the circle as the first squad there. Will they be able to keep their spot though? Because right behind them, I believe EVOS Divine just poking and prodding at them. Bigatron Delta, 8 eliminations in hand, circling around. What a beautiful rotation round. And Bigatron is the one to finally put Twisted Minds out of the run.
Very good attempt from Diamond, but you can only buy so much time. And RQ Kazu, with their newfound compound, puts themselves dead center in the save zone. They're shooting at the feet of Heavy. It's Evo's Divine, Onyx Olympus, BTR, the Indonesians, all four of them still in the lobby. GOW gets eliminated in 7th place.
Finally, my wish comes true. Indonesia rising up to the occasion, and both of the lobby leaders between groups B and C have been eliminated. Twisted Minds as well as Falcons. Not a lot of eliminations on hand, so this is a great opportunity for RRQ to catch up with the total number of points those other two teams have picked up for themselves. Expand still surviving. This is a great big advantage for Malaysia as well.
Axel tried to gatekeep that window only to get knocked down, and that also spills over to the rest of his team.
Oh my.
RQ Kazu being a part of this exchange doesn't make it any easier. Expand completely wiped out in a blink of an eye. 5 teams remains, 4 of them again from Indonesia, and now they turn on each other. It's going to be Bigotron Delta that eats the bullet.
Yep, and Onyx Olympus just bites the dust. RRQ sitting in the center, but nobody's aiming for them. Instead, they've got free reign here, just taking pot shots at everyone, mainly because they've got that high ground advantage. And here comes Evo's Divine to try to steal that advantage away from them. They do not engage with them directly, but they take the roof instead. Heavy down at the bottom, playing to their own advantage. The line of sight that Evo's Divine does not have up against them, so they can play survival for a long time. Ekal slowly sneaking on in. The players from Evo's Divine missing those shots. The high ground advantage turning into a disadvantage now for Evo's Divine. They can't pick up points unless they drop down to find some clear shots.
And this is the second time that Heavy made it into the final phase of the game. Very solid consistency, and once more finding themselves in a very decent spot, as the rest of the team will have to take themselves out. Heavy getting most of the control on that ground floor. Naruto Kazu, they realize that they need to expand their territory, so they take themselves out onto the balcony, putting the gold portal as well. RQ wants to reposition to find range.
So this is now a question of who has the horizon line and which team can drop as many medkits for one super medic so that they can find the survival, because I don't think the teams want to find those open engagements out there. Everybody wants the booyah. Artemis taking the risk, and he will be punished. A beautiful headshot from Abe, and RRQ just takes all of those free points. Heavy now stepping away from the competition. Ekal smart enough to hide from everybody else, and Kabi will pay the price. Takes up a little bit of damage. Ekal spotted out by Kabi, but M1014 will not be able to do the damage, and a jump shot from Bigatron's Ekal.
And look at RQ Kazu. They are in such a good angle thanks to that roof that extends out to the balcony. And now it's between them and Evo's Divine. Heavy essentially wiped out by the blue. RQ Kazu taking absolute control of this safe zone. Abax hiding behind the glue wall, trying to outlast the zone, and maybe my final chance to do it. Now drops down into the center. Razor hitting himself out, turns around, finds the elimination, and RRQ Kazu edged it out for a booyah on Alpine.
Very well played, and this is the main reason why you want to focus on your own spot within the final circle instead of fighting everybody else for some extra few elimination points, putting yourself at a disadvantage as well. The first team to find the final zone, and because of that high ground advantage, they were able to do the dirty onto all of these other teams that were looking to move into the final circle through all of the chaos, because too many survivors were in there on this third game.
And very good decision making to not take the roof but the second floor of the building.
Yes.
Understanding that there is a roof that extends out, we can't take that as extra ground when the circle closes in. The judgment, the split second decision, and the shot calling from RQ Kazu giving them the advantage that they need to eventually outlast everyone with the help of the elements. And of course, rightfully, the kings of Alpine on day 2, RQ Kazu demands attention and respect.
I like how they've got all of these cards printed out already with their personal messages, their shout outs. They want to really, stomp the ground out there and show that they're not just here to play, but they're here to dominate, because there is a huge advantage to Indonesia. The grand finals happens on home turf, and we saw how the home turf advantage gives you a unnatural boost. PE Sports, dude, I mean, how they performed at FFWS SEA Spring absolutely blew multiple minds across the world.
I mean, even for Indonesia, right, they have won international trophies, they've won regional events on home soil. I think 2 years back, or was it last year, was in Jakarta as well, in a separate tournament. So they have done it before. And let's see if it's gonna happen again. Gotta start with the knockout stage first, right? Carry the momentum to Indonesia when the grand finals happen. And RQ Kazu looking to reclaim and stake their rights as the kings of Indonesia.
Absolutely, and of course they are doing very, very well thus far with the most amount of consistent plays in comparison to all of the other Indonesian squads. But speaking of which, this time we saw a few of them within that final circle in itself, right? Megatron Delta making it all the way up to the very final circle, especially Ekal and his survival capability. Those jump shots were absolute beauty to watch. And EVOS Divine themselves making those adjustments to make sure they survive long enough. And all of them together absolutely wiped out Twisted Minds as well as Team Falcons earlier.
I believe they also got 17 eliminations.
Yes.
Plus that Booyah, that's 29 points. I gotta say, so far the teams have been really edging for the 30-point bomb every single round, and it really shows the standard of the best teams, the teams when they are performing at the most optimal situation, and it doesn't just limit to Thai teams. Indonesia, the hungriest team, I think, the one that's catching up the closest to the Thais, and RQ Kazu being able to deliver on Alpine, which supposedly is Hwa's esports map, but you did say that RQ Kazu are not that far behind, and they've proven that.
And RRQ Kazu, I mean, at the moment holding the most number of the placement points because of their consistent plays throughout the past few games, and now a Booyah on top of everything else to rip away the 12 placement points from the other squads. Abex, I really thought that he was going to pull off a miracle here, but he just had to jump outside of the circle, sustain the battle up against 3 players. I guess he just didn't have enough medkits to work around, as well as the horizon line to give him the extra bit of survival capability.
Yeah, I mean, the position of the circle also didn't really benefit him as much. I mean, there's always the saying, right? Thai teams dominate because they have a lot of eliminations. Indonesian teams dominate because they are just better survivors. And we're seeing both of that in action. So RQ Kazu finally making it into top 3. We're gonna hear what they have to say about that win.
Congratulations for RRQ Kazu! Wow. And I want to talking first with you, Abai. Hi, Abai.
Hello.
First of all, what do you feel right now? Because this is the first Booyah for Indonesian team.
Oke, pertama-tama, gimana perasaan kamu sekarang karena ini Booyah pertama untuk tim Indonesia?
Alhamdulillah.
He said, thank God, we're really happy.
Wow, we're really happy because, we know in the first day knockout stage, Indonesian team no get Booyah. Yes, and everyone know about your team have a lot of international tournaments experience, right? So what do you feel, what will you do in the knockout stage? Because now without Captain Legalot.
Orang-orang kan tahu kamu itu punya tim kalian punya banyak pengalaman internasional. Nah sekarang apa yang akan kalian lakukan tanpa Kapten Legalot?
Tujuan kita sama sih, yaitu juara.
Our purpose is still the same, to be the champion.
Okay, alright. So Captain Legalot with Team Famos right now, right? So anything you want to say to them?
Sekarang kan Kapten Legalot ada di tim Famos. Apa yang mau kamu bilang ke mereka?
Buat Legalot, semangat aja, jangan marah-marah buat melatih mereka.
Okay, so for Legalot, please keep on going and don't get mad.
Okay, and once again for RRQ Kazu, make some noise! And we still have 3 games after this, so I cannot talking too much because our team is waiting there. So, Shoutcaster, take it away.
Some fighting words there. And yeah, like a lot, they're not really missing your presence. In fact, Vamos doesn't seem to be on a super huge advantage overall with Leglot's presence within the squad. They're currently sitting down in the 12th spot, not playing today. Yesterday was a rough start for Team Vamos. Fingers crossed Leglot can prove himself over with the new squad, leading them with all of his ideation. But the team that he has left seems to be wrecking the competition all on their own.
I think it's also kind of a premonition when they play the Esports World Cup without Legalov in the starting roster, right? But I like it, Legalov, don't get mad. I think Vamos will have to tank it for now. You gotta do better, you're with one of the best players from Indonesia. But it's good to see that RQ Kazu are willing to take the step to move forward to reach greater heights. And right now, sitting in a very comfortable spot on the leaderboard. And also off of the back of Falcons having a fantastic start, but kind of fizzle out in round 2 and 3.
It's actually very, very amazing to see what RRQ is doing out there on the battlefield. They're keeping their own pacing up against the Thai teams. In fact, outdoing some Thai teams. Right now, just a few points behind Team Falcons. I would say slightly above 10 points, which means one game can make the biggest of difference. And if they could make it to that final circle this time around, Kalahari will be a much bigger bet for the Indonesian squads, right? They really love playing there. They really know the map like the back of their hand. So there is a huge probability here that RRQ does manage to overtake Team Falcons. Unless, of course, they go back to their 32 points, 40 points winning ways. Because, Falcons are capable of just pulling that out anytime out there.
The team that has proven, at least from Indonesia, that has dominated Kalahari in recent times was, in fact, EVOS Divine, right? When they played EWC, they were completely smashing Kalahari. No teams could touch them on that map. But it also used to be RQ Kazu's playing ground. Maybe in this upcoming map is what RQ Kazu can take advantage of to not only get a good round, but also overtake Team Falcons on that leaderboard, right? You said they're only separated by 10 points, and that 10 points essentially comes from eliminations itself.
Absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a few dips into the stats here. 7 eliminations courtesy of Abe, 2,744 damage, 5 headshots in total within Game 3. Decent performance. But 7 eliminations, I guess, is something that we cannot complain about, right? Quite a number for the guy running the Tatsuya and the Mag 7 out there.
Yeah, and it's just kind of a staple loadout for someone like Abai, who is one of the youngest player in competitive Free Fire ever. We call him kind of the Bocah Ajaib, the miracle child of Indonesia, and he has shown it time and time again against his rival Crime MKS, right, for like a full year when Crime was still in Expand. This overall performance from RQ Kazu would not have been possible if Abai didn't have that gutso to take these fights and win them.
Absolutely, and of course, running the triple Tatsuya setup alongside Skylar, courtesy of Ma'al, just wrecking all of those blue walls. They were able to really find those repositions very easily out there on the battlefield, especially those rotations looking for the circle is where you see those Tatsuya used in a very defensive manner, not really in an offensive game. They play that long-range engagement so much more better than some of these teams. At least for today, they're definitely shining. And Peter has to watch out because here comes Abe. 29 eliminations and Peter's not too far ahead of him.
Hasn't been having a good round 2 and 3 overall for Falcons. That's where you see teams starting to figure them out a little bit, especially Twisted Minds, who are not willing to let Falcons go unchecked and opening up opportunities for other teams to step up. Key players for this game though, they have the Axel with 27 blue walls used, Ma'al with the most damage dealt, 3.8k, Diamond with 14 headshots. Incredible. And Ikao also stepping up from field medic to the most knockdowns in a game.
I mean, that's insane. Ikal, the underdogs, the underdog of the underdogs getting 11 knockdowns, but I guess they're just unable to finish the job that Ikal starts, right? But he still did manage to be one of the survivors to get into that final circle. Still find a knock there as well. But it's all about those eliminations. 13 Bigatron gets, but they could not exceed what RRQ, their brothers from Indonesia, did here. 29 points to keep the dominance up top that leaderboard and keep hot on the tails of Team Falcons, who fell very, very much short this time around, only collecting 3 points in this game.
Even Expand squeezing into third spot with 17
yeah.
points thanks to a monstrous 12 eliminations. You know, credits to them picking off stragglers from Falcons and Twisted Minds and even winning important fights along the way to put them in a spot, right? Taking out Hua, who dominated Alpine yesterday, but kind of fell flat against Expand. So I guess the new generation of this team is still pretty much well versed to the snowy slopes of Alpine.
Yeah, you're still, of course, depending very much on the capability of Excel. He definitely excelled in that matchup, getting a majority of the eliminations for the squad. Long-range knockdowns, and of course, the finishes coming off through as well. And if you take a look at the overall standings here, Expand is not doing all that too shabby, but they do have to be careful because it's their final day of play, so they need a few more points to catch up with the likes of AG in terms of overall performance, just so that they don't slip off too much when they are not playing tomorrow.
Very good chance of doing that, right? 3 more rounds remain. You still have Nextera and Kalahari, and then one random map. I think Expand, slow and steady, wins the race. If they can kind of slide into top 5 or maybe overtake AG like you said, and then I think they'll be in a very comfortable spot closing out week number 1.
RRQ just 1 booyah away from making the top 4 look really good with 2 booyahs each, and what better map to get that done. The timing is perfect as we head on into Kalahari. There is a huge probability for RRQ to really step up the pacing here, but Falcons not doing too well the past 2 matches. I do expect to see a little bit of retaliation, a little bit of aggression here, because they've been playing things a little slow. They haven't been going all out just yet, and when Falcons are really hitting those high notes, they grab massive numbers of eliminations. And I'm just a tad bit worried for the other teams, because when Falcons are picking up those points, nobody else really gets to eat out there.
And a season ago, I would have said that Falcons, their luck will not improve for Kalahari because they struggle. And then you look back at EWC, right? Our last map in the Grand Finals, we random Kalahari and we were like, I think Evil's Divine is going to run away with this. But Falcons absolutely destroyed everyone on a map that statistically they are the worst at to win the trophy. So perhaps this is also a chance for them to kind of give us a surprise and kind of take back control of this downward spiral.
Absolutely.
In fact, they are, place number 2 in terms of Kalahari performance.
Yeah, push comes to shove, Falcons can deliver, especially when it comes to those eliminations. You can see that's the biggest difference between Falcons and RRQ that are going to be playing Kalahari shortly. 22 versus the 36 eliminations. If you let these Falcons run loose or fly wild out there on the battlefield, you're not going to be able to catch them. So the one thing that RRQ can really hope and pray for is that luck is just not on the side of Falcons. They get sandwiched somewhere at the very start of the game and get wiped out or get hurt enough so that they go on this reviving spree to really put them at a disadvantage, because like you said, man, they can flip a map where they're not so great at into a really record-setting game for themselves. So you really have to fear the capability of this Thai squad.
And I think they gotta start relying on Twisted Minds a bit more, right? Twisted Minds actually, even though they might not be the best on Kalahari, at least not in top 3 at the moment, but one thing is that Kalahari is a map that should theoretically benefit them because of just how they play. They love open ground thanks to Saming, and if you can take advantage of that and run into Falcons early on and cripple them, then maybe the cards would fall into place for teams like Evil's Divine and RQ Kazu to take the lead as we head into Kalahari.
Let's head on in and see exactly what these teams will be able to rip away from the map where the Indonesians do have a slight bit of advantage as we head on into Kalahari. The most important thing, of course, as usual, is going to be the flight path as to determine exactly where these players land.
Let's see if they can keep their win streak alive with the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra as well. Pretty generous flight path, a bit more towards the southern side, leaning towards that area, but it doesn't stop some of the teams to go to the north side. You see Hua and Evil's Divine already trying to fight over shrines potentially.
Not looking great for Hua, Evil's Divine. And shrines is just a terrible place to be picking up your weapon set, but 2 plays down already for the Indonesian side. And what? Makes that 3. Good day on his foot, trying to get away as quickly as possible, but being shot at already. He's going for the coin machine. And Good day in the nick of time gets away, gets the revive onto Bara as well. Yanbin will put him to sleep. But Team EVOS Divine survives the onslaught. 4 quick points for Hua as we open up Kalahari.
It could not have gone any worse for EVOS Divine. Not even a fight, right? Shrine should have been a spot that they feel comfortable with, but Hua just came more prepared. Even a command post, Onyx Olympus and GOW trying to fight over for control, but Iza does have the high ground. Well, high ground, but not the best guns. And Hua even finding Dudes on their path of destruction. 5 points for the Viet team.
A little ambitious with the MP5 on top of this tower, trying to spray down Kibase, who does have the better gun, so Iza better watch out. The moment his head peeks out the next time, he might just get that shot off. GOW up against Onyx Olympus here. But we have to move on over to Bigatron, hunting down the player from the side of Falcons. And this is not what you want if you are Team Falcons. And this is what I talked about. This is going to give RRQ a huge advantage if Falcons is put onto a revival spree very early on in the game. And Coscu about to go down as well. Vehicle on fire. Ekal has got the Bison, but can't get too close because Coscu is a specialist with that shotgun.
I mean, you can see Falcons, they really are losing
Oh,
steam.
wow.
I mean, round 2, they came close. Round 3, they got completely smothered. And round 4, they have not been able to recover from the 2 poor rounds. And just like that, losing 2 points to BTR. GOW and Onyx Olympus, this exchange about to get more heated. Kibase caught his back turn and Ton gets easy knock. But no secure just yet, needs to go for the collection.
Off screen, Hua does take down the player from the side of Falcons, but there was a revival coming through from Peter onto Coscu. So 2 survivors for Falcons. Let's see. There you go. 3 survivors now as one more brings back on fire. And that is a solid recovery coming through your reigning defending sea champions.
This fight here is still extending. Onyx Olympus, they are pretty much centralized. Dian is running, sprinting to join up with the rest of his team. I'd say GOW have better control of this area, which is why Jack is trying to get distance away from the rest of GOW. Iza having control of one building all on his own. This is going to drag out for a little bit, with Onyx Olympus sticking together towards the eastern side of the compound, eventually leaving command post.
Very interesting setup here by GOW. They do understand that they're not the most capable team out there to really go in for a quick ambush and walk away without a scratch on them. Just waiting to find an opening, and this may just be exactly what they were looking for. As Onyx Olympus rotates out of command post, now they've got the defensive advantage, and GOW looking to make the best of it.
CGW runs to the jet again.
Beauty.
Good backstab. Demon. Good knock. Also a minus sub for GOW as well, bringing Demon in, and that's second point for the team. On Olympus, they're not gonna look back at all. They have no intention of continuing this exchange, but they need to get a bit more distance though. GOW not willing to let any one of them go without any punishment.
Bigatron continues the hunt onto the Falcon players, but an instant revive coming through once again. Falcons know exactly where to find those coins on the battlefield. But speaking of battlefield, heavy in a heavy battle up against Expand, which they seem to be losing. Kabi hanging on for his dear life, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive for much longer here in a 2v1. Mickett goes in for the shutdown, and the MP5 not doing the job just yet, and the guy sidesteps them. Kabi 3v1, guys stood no chance.
Very good attempt from Kabi. Well, he did get brought back instantly. Still, Expand cashing in 4 points. RQ Kazu will be hanging around by the maze. Not for long though. EVOS Divine showing up. Ray making instantly shot, loses how far mid-air, but still continuing onwards. He tries to gather as much intel as possible. Just engage, but Ray just sidestep left, right, and center, finds a knock on the Dead Razor. What is happening? Is RRQ Kazu dropping the ball hard?
Oh, RRQ needs to find the recovery. The quick insurance purchase comes through. Revival on play. And RRQ about to get crushed. Ma'al has the M82B. CQC situation. Could he find a single knock here? Abe Max 7 tries to circle around Ma'al with the M1014. They do find a knock, but now Ma'al in a lot of trouble. The Riptide Rhythm does get him onto his knees. And that one final second revival will be the only thing that keeps RRQ still in play.
Oh, what a heroic play from Raid. First one to head into the compound, losing half his health bar and still wiping 2v1. And meanwhile, BTR gets rid of Falcons. So the hunt has been completed. Bigatron Delta with 8 points, and Falcons just not having any signs of life.
Insane, man. The underdogs from Indonesia taking out your #1 seed from the competition. That's just crazy. And Bigatron will continue, of course, their move in towards that circle. They've got the zone on their side. They've got the loot of the Falcon players on them as well. So this is a fantastic start for Bigatron.
Even Hua is sharing the same points as Bigatron, right? 8 eliminations with the full squad left alive, followed by Expand and Evo's Divine. Playing field blown wide open. We have to see where Twisted Minds is right now. And Expand, they're gonna gather up, rendezvous with one another, a compound in front of them. That's where GOW will be. I think Expand has an inkling that there's a fight looming in the horizon, and they're gonna go for it.
Finds the turret. They absorb all of that extra EP, which is going to be able to absorb some extra damage. And up against GOW, that's surely going to put them at an advantage. Portal go in the hands of Axel as well. Going in for the rush. Will get tagged up. 24 HP. Can he survive? Good double glue wall to keep himself in the fight.
Very well done. Again, let's see if he can relay the info to the rest of his team, because that is going to help Expand slowly sniff out where GOW has been hiding. That's the advantage GOW has, right? They were there at first, so they got to ambush Expand a little bit, but no knocks means that Expand gets to recover and recuperate for the upcoming fight. You see the Too Fast is positioned in a pretty decent spot. The only problem is that there's not much angles for him to work with. They might have to get up close and personal.
Top! Eats a grenade, and Demon follows up with a Trogon straight to his head. Backed up from the captain too fast. Sprays down Demon. A 1-for-1 trade thus far. And GOW going in for the pickup. Demon, can he get back up onto his feet? No. Pushed away as those glue walls get broken down by a Riptide Rhythm, but Meekin gets traded out. Axel has to run as Too Fast gets taken out as well. And a triple on that revive. Vending machine save coming through for Expand.
Axel would just have to see if he can get much out of this. Finding Ton, but can he get the collection? Confirm that 1 point before he gets knocked out. Doesn't seem possible though. And he's in the same spot. Explosions coming through. Axel couldn't find the angle. He's gonna commit to it. Finds the end. Axel almost makes a heroic play happen, but at least Ton bleeds out. So that is 1 point over for Axel, forcing GOW to spend resources for the revive.
Yeah, great attempt by Expand, but you know, props to GOW as well for really sustaining that fight, only losing one player in that whole engagement. And it was Axel who, I have to say, made a little bit of a wrong move going in for the push, not waiting for the rest of the players to come in for that backup. And Achap brought back in, taken out of the equation. Bigatron Delta on a freaking roll.
But Expand able to make the call to instantly disengage, so still keeps 2 of the members, but they're dirt broke, so no revives will be coming in for Expand. Even landed a sick Riptide Rhythm onto GOW, but once more, no finisher to that. And Bigatron Delta, the ringleaders right now, 9 eliminations, full squad left alive, very much decked out for the rest of the round.
I'm getting exactly what I asked for some solid performance out of the Indonesians, but I swear I did not expect it out of Bigatron. This is a huge play coming through from them. Just wish to see them in the final circle once again. This time, they walk into that final circle if they get there with something different. More eliminations on hand. Very aggressive start from the underdog.
It's without RQ Kazu in the conversation yet, right? They still are at Refinery. While Expand losing another member, this time in the hands of Todak. It's not looking good at all. They need to find recovery after that exchange with GOW, but time is running out. Space is running out.
Triple Vietnam engagement here perhaps, but no, Heavy, that player was just revived, so he's going to be flying around. Double revive at the very edge of the circle here. It'll be a little unfortunate if Heavy is the next contender to keep GOW out of the circle. The first one is going to be WAG, waiting patiently, abiding to the very edge of the circle before they take the portal go to find that reposition for themselves. Bigatron Delta in a potential sandwich situation here as Onyx Olympus finds the spot right behind them with Expand in front. Bigatron has got not much of room to play with unless they pull out a portal go.
This has to be a Onyx against Bigatron Delta situation, and maybe Expand can take advantage of that. I don't see a world where Expand would actively engage in this unless they have some insane plans, but Heavy is coming in from behind, so this could very well blow up in their faces.
Expand can overwhelm Heavy here. They just got revived, so not a lot of loot on those boys, not a lot of utilities to play around with, so perhaps 2 free points. Expand not really doing much to show themselves. Expo finding Bara, WAG. Good engagement from outside, and the pickup's going to be way too easy. Time Turner keeps them alive a little bit longer, but Allen shows up, M1887 straight to the back. And he does claim the life of Bara. The rest of EVOS Divine players say hasta la vista as they take the jump pad out of there.
Wow, good planning from Abax, right? He knows exactly what the move is going to be. We cannot fight that. We cannot afford to lose members. So you cut our losses.
Oh my.
He gets out, joins with the rest of his team. But G'day is going to get ran at by the rest of GOW, who has the portal go, and a secondary one leading to the landing spot of EVOS Divine. GOW with 7 points. And indeed, it is the rise of the Vietnamese team on Kalahari, and it feels like only Bigatron Delta is having a good time for Indonesia.
Such open plains, you don't really have a lot of cover, but of course the terrain and the elevation that you do have to deal with out there on Kalahari could be played to their advantage. RRQ going in for the rush here, but Bigatron playing up against their brothers from Indonesia, shooting them from the back, giving the team of Expand a huge advantage here, leaving Abe all alone on the survival. No vending machine around to bring the rest of his members back.
That's so unfortunate. RQ Kazu were fighting 3 teams at once, and only Abe is getting something done. Even that grenade bounces off the glue wall, and now he is truly trapped with a member of Expand breathing beside him, the captain himself, and the rest of EVOS Divine right beside him. I mean, time is limited for these two.
Abe almost made the highlight reel for all the wrong reasons with that grenade. He's so lucky he didn't take himself out of there. It would have been a little unfortunate, but it would have been a blessing because it would have made me lose my mind in laughter. Heavy hanging on. Bigatron 11 eliminations strong. Dude, this is like the best game for Bigatron thus far.
Yeah, basically making up for all the previous games that we've seen. It is such a tight space. EVOS Divine, unfortunately, not able to stand alive. Reptile Rhythm is going to be in the corner. WAG running straight into Todak. His Bigatron Delta also takes on the fight Onyx Olympus, but Todak are in more dire situations, basically surrounded by WAG. That Reptile Rhythm blows through the glue wall. The Time Turner barely buys some time. Noki gets knocked down, but Trap does not have time to bring him back up. Now has to survive the push from WAG, but Traps cannot do it. And 7 Niner. Todak out in 9th place.
3 teams whacking down the players of Todak at the same time. Malaysians stood no chance whatsoever. Speaking of Malaysians, there's one more survivor on the side of Expand, and the circle looks for them. A huge advantage for Expand to play the placement points.
A big boon, but how much can one man do? Bigatron Delta sees WAG on the far end, as Hua will have to face off against Onyx Olympus, both wanting to get to the circle, but at least Onyx Olympus has a building to work with.
Okay, I mean, the first ones out may not be the ones who are most blessed, but a portal go can come in really handy in a situation like this if you haven't wasted it just yet. Now, Onyx Olympus choosing the back alley entrance straight up to engage with Hua, using all of their glue walls to lay out those defenses first, but those grenades, those glue wall melters, courtesy of Hua, gonna be putting them at a disadvantage as Heavy gets taken out of the equation. Gari found by Poppy, the Bison does the damage, and Hua now with a good advantage up against Onyx.
Well, way too risky from Onyx Olympus. I understand the idea, but it's so hard to execute, not when Twisted Minds is the third party in the situation. So Hua gets out with 11 eliminations as Onyx Olympus is eliminated. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, trying to take down Bigatron Delta. Can BTR make it out of this? They find the tent where Too Fast is, and Bigatron Delta somehow still survives, but WAG runs them down. BTR might have just met their end.
Absolutely. Too Fast inside. Ekal hasn't been spotted out just yet, but Twisted Minds have got a great angle to play up against him. Now, Too Fast has to eventually move. Those glue wall melters that GOW tosses right in front of his defensive spot might just give him an advantage to run away from the impending doom as Twisted Minds rotates around behind him.
WAG looking solid right now. That grenade could have been deadly. Diamond now exposed. out to the elements too fast somehow. Still hanging on within that tent. Can he survive for a bit longer, making it in the top 4 at least? But Twisted Minds, they also want cover. Krillin intercepts them with a grenade launcher. Cyrus also pulls in. WAG wants to end it right now. Explore with a fantastic snipe onto Diamond as the pickups are coming in from Twisted Minds, but they are not hanging on long enough.
Nameless! Unfortunately knocked down by the play zone. Twisted Minds out in 5th with only 5 eliminations. GOW trying to make a record here for themselves through this play. Hua still surviving, looking for the booyah. Expand still surviving through too fast. This is a miracle play coming through from the captain as well.
See if WAG is going to be distracted by the other Vietnamese team. Essentially, a Vietnamese lobby plus too fast, but he is starting to bleed out to the blue zone. How much medkit does he have? Cannot afford to get out of the tent as well, and the rest of the contenders, they are just biding their time.
Yeah, too fast. Can't even shoot down the glue wall in front of him. Has to play those medkits, but he will get taken out. Eventually, GOW in the center of the circle. Hua from outside hops onto the roof of the assault bunker. All thanks to the portal goal. And now that gives them the solid advantage for the booyah shortly.
And WAG had to go through the gauntlet, so they are now pretty much beaten and battered. Having to wrap around the corner as well, taking on Hua. Funniest thing is GOW can see this happening clearly thanks to the glass panels of the bunker. But Hua, they're going to try and take advantage of Cyrus running through. Yanbin gets an easy knock, and Allen would be put to bed pretty soon. Cyrus gets back up, but maybe not for long as Death seeks for him. Shin finds the knock, as Hua will make quick work of WAG.
Circle belonging all out to the Vietnamese squad. WAG loses the final player as well. GOW desperately hanging on for the booyah here, but it is Hua that wipes the floor. Shin, the final survivor. Someone's got the
Demon.
horizon line. Demon's back up. Shin's got the bison, but the circle will do the damage for Hua to pick up the booyah.
What a round from Hua. Just very, very stable, safe start, but when push came to shove, when they needed to spring into action, they did exactly that, taking position away from the bunker, understanding that you do not want to be in the center. Thanks to the confinement, GOW was not able to gain enough of a momentum to stop Hua, who were basically taking control not just of the final circle, but also of the points that were delivered to them. And GOW had to make an exit into the blue. So very good decision making. Hua getting a fantastic booyah to keep themselves in top 5 in the standings.
Yeah, what a moment to wake up again in the competition. Hua Esports, they had a phenomenal run yesterday, picking up 2 booyahs. Now they've added on another to their name to make a total 3. They're the only team in the competition right now with 3 booyahs. Can you believe it? At one point, this team was written off. They disappeared. They made a huge comeback, rebranded, and they are here to win it all for Vietnam.
Man, looking so good. Does bring us back to a bit of that team flash personality, right?
Oh, yeah.
The aggressiveness, the decisiveness, and most importantly, the CQC, something that you kind of feel that has been missing from Vietnam. It was a flare that I think Buffalo, who used to be a heavy member, brought back and dissipated just as fast. But good to see that Hua able to keep the performance from day one and giving them a very, very strong kind of standing in day 2 as well.
And Hua, from not performing at all, now in the top 3 best performing teams for the day. They picked up 8 points in game 1, 9 points at Purgatory, 7 points at Alpine, and now ending this game with a massive 28 points, 16 eliminations, and 12 points from placements from the booyah. A solid improvement for them. And when we were just thinking that it was about to be the map for Indonesia, Vietnam said we are in here not just to play, but we are really here to rip it all away. And my oh my, did they slay.
Yeah, we're starting to see some pretty interesting patterns as well, right? Especially in the final circle. We literally had 4 Indonesian teams in the final circle of Alpine, and then afterwards we have 3 Vietnamese teams in the final circle of Kalahari, the complete opposite of how it should be, and yet here we are. So I mean, the bar has been raised so high. We've gotten 232 points now, 129, and now 28 man, teams getting Booyah are literally on a tear right now.
Demon almost ripped away that Booyah for GOW there, but he was a little disorientated right after he picked himself up with the horizon line. He spent 2 seconds too long outside the circle, and that was all that was needed to give Hua the solid Booyah. But even if it was not that final circle, they already had massive number of eliminations. Let's hear exactly what Yunsul can drag out of the winners, Hua.
Và đó chính là Booyah thứ 4 dành cho Hua Esports. Hi everybody, it's Yonso and that is 4th Booyah for Hua Esports. Can you say hello to the audience please? Hua Yanbin, bạn có thể đưa ra chào tới các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Hello mọi người.
Wow, it's very impressive. Then, moving on to our first questions. During your combat with EVOS, how would you guys handle that? And especially, you have like handled them for like 3. That is really amazing though. Thì đến với cái phần combat đầu tiên, chúng ta ở trong cái màn giao tranh với lại EVOS Esports thì bạn đã có một cái màn cân ba rất là hoàn hảo. Thì trong lúc đấy là đội của mình đã có một cái tình huống giao tiếp như thế nào để có thể làm một cái chiến thắng hoàn hảo đến như vậy ạ?
Quá đơn giản, xuống cầm cái súng mà lụm 2 cái đầu thôi. Còn một thằng cuối thì anh em nhường kill luôn, cho nên là căng ba luôn.
Wow, a very confident answer. So basically, all of my teammates just gave me guns, and then I destroyed 2 of them in EVOS Esports. Finally, my teams decided to let me handle that final one, so that's why I got 3 kills. Very cool, right? Moving on to our second questions. Our final combat with Gao Esports was really intense and in the circles really small like that. Is it stressful for you to handle situations like that? Thì đến với cái giao tranh cuối cùng của chúng ta để đến với được chiếc Booyah này thì Gao Esports cũng là một đối thủ rất là mạnh và các bạn đã có một cái màn chiến thắng cũng rất là xứng đáng luôn. Thì đối với những cái tình huống như vậy các bạn có cảm thấy bị ngợp thở hay là căng thẳng hay là mình có cách nào để cho nó vui vẻ hơn không khi trong những cái màn giao tranh quyết định đó?
Chúng mình bắn khá là lâu rồi cho nên mấy cái ball cuối thì xử lý cũng khá là bình thường.
So basically we have been playing pro for a really long time, so handle these kind of situation is really normal for us. It's simple. Then very, very excellent that you have 4th Booyah, right? Did we have 3 or 4? Mình có 3 hay 4 Booyah ta? Yanbin?
3 Booyah.
Ok, 3 Booyah. Vậy thì Yanbin có dự định là sẽ lấy được thêm chiếc Booyah này trong ngày hôm nay nữa không?
Có chứ. Sẽ lấy thêm một cái nữa.
Lấy thêm một cái nữa. Trận đấu nào? Bây giờ luôn hay là?
Game cuối đi.
Game cuối. Okay. So I asked him like, are you decided to get any Booyah? So he said, yes, of course. We will get our Booyah in our last game in the random map. So thank you so much for watching our little small and fun interview. I'll see you guys in the next match. Bye bye. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phỏng vấn của tụi mình và hẹn gặp lại các bạn ở trong những lần thi đấu lần sau nhé.
Thank you very much, Yunsu and Yanbin. You heard it from the man. The modus operandi is very simple. Give me guns, I go kill.
Absolutely, man. He crushed the Indonesians with all of the kindness from the rest of his team members. But, you know, I like the confidence as well. They have no idea exactly where the random map is going to bring them, but they are betting on that random map. Apart from Nextera, they're like, maybe not Nextera. we'll not bet that too big. We'll just go for the random map. I mean, if it drops them back on Kalahari, I guess it's going to be a great big gift for them.
Yeah, so that means that out of 5 maps, they have a 20% chance of not getting the Booyah, right? Because they have more confidence in the randomizer than Nextera. So,
yeah.
I mean, hopefully they score on Nextera as well to make it a better odds. But overall, it's good to see Yanbin in particular back in action, right?
Yeah.
He always feels like he's that star player, but never really got to shine in moments when it mattered the most. In fact, sometimes he just falls flat with the rest of his team, but he is the MVP of this game.
And, you know, crazy stuff out of Hua, right? 5 eliminations, courtesy of Yanbin, 2,366 damage, 8 headshots, super sharp shooter, runs the Shani, Awaken Andrew, as well as Joseph. Of course, the active skill on the Tatsuya allows him to burst around on the battlefield looking for victims so that he can slay them.
Absolutely. And the aggression as well is something that I kind of miss from the Vietnamese regions all over, because back then there was a period of time where no matter what they do, Tatsuya or not, they just cannot win CQC against Thai teams, Indonesians, or sometimes even against the Malaysian teams. But this newfound confidence is very much welcome. Of course, with the rest of his team that he did give credit to Poppy, Shin, Def, they just gave him the resources that is needed, and he goes out there and performs his magic. He's not even the one with the most eliminations, right? It's actually Shin. So very, very humble man to give the credits to the teammates.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, you gotta love exactly how these players do it out there. He runs the Joseph Yanbin as the main rusher of the squad. Poppy running the Shani, being the perfect backup rusher for him, giving him that extra layer of defense. But it is all about who can catch up with Peter at this point of time, holding 33 eliminations, but the rest of the players, especially our RQs Bay, not too far away.
Even when you look at the key players, the Hall of Fame, GOW with Demon on the board with 8 eliminations, X-Bor from WAG getting 4.4k damage overall. So I mean, as much as we say that WAG hasn't been able to make it too far into every round and not getting a booyah just yet, you can see that the idea was there, right? The groundwork has been laid out in a pretty solid manner. They've been doing a lot of damage. They've been able to participate in a lot of fights, but the main struggle is cleaning it up, and that's something that WAG needs to polish a little bit.
Yeah, true enough. And Hua continue this fantastic run. I mean, at this point of time, they are in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Once again, this team was a bottom dweller and then forgotten, did not qualify, and they are back with so much of sting in all of their shots. They are hitting those high notes. The only team with 3 booyahs thus far in the competition. Eliminations to rival even Team Falcons, who are in the same group as them. This is a very, very impressive improvement coming through from Hua Esports.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? They were dubbed as one of the best, or if not the representative, but they fall short at international events, and there's only one Vietnamese team that made it to EWC, and it's not even them. So coming back with vengeance and 28 points in this round, followed by GOW and WAG. So very stellar results from the Vietnamese representatives, barring heavy. This is a good prelude to what's to come, and that also bumps Hua Esports up to top 3 ahead of AG.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's insane. I mean, to see them on this sort of a run, to see them really bounce back from some really heated, battles out there in the past tournaments, not really qualifying. I'm pretty sure it was heartbreaking for themselves to really struggle in those competitions. But what kind of a regime would you have even gone through to bring out so much of improvement, to really stand up against the Indonesians as well as the Thai teams, to play on the exact same level as them? I cannot imagine the amount of work they've put in to get here.
I mean, you can only tolerate so much being called kind of the middle region, right? They've been around for the longest of times, and yet the spotlight has been on, aside from Thailand, Indonesia most of the times, and even we were pitting them side head to head with the Malaysian regions and putting Malaysian on top of them every once in a while, thanks to Expan's previous roster. So it's a good time for Vietnam to bounce back.
Absolutely. And of course, P Esports, I'm very sure, really inspired this squad to, hit those high notes again, because P Esports used to be the underdogs. They overtook Hua, but of course, they are in a situation where they're struggling a tad bit. We'll have to catch up with them tomorrow. But for now, let's take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be Nextera.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much.
Harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hang it with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Welcome back to the hottest Free Fire action out there. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. 4 games have elapsed. 4 different Booyah winners. Are we going to see a double? If we get another Kalahari, then maybe Hua Esports could just be the one to do it. Thus far, we were thinking that Indonesians are going to be dominating Kalahari, but this is their second Booyah on this map, and they're really making a statement out there, Husky.
And I mean, even for Hua Esports, right, they are only leading the chart. They have the only team with just so far, and the only map that they have is our up map, which is Nextera. But as the records have shown so far on day 2, every single map has had a unique team getting the Booyah.
Yeah.
So maybe we are not going to get a repeat today, which would be what I wish for, because a lot of teams have been putting on a great fight. Again, WAG being
when they played Nextera yesterday, they only managed to walk away with a total of 9 points, of which 6 came through elimination. So they weren't really too proficient in finding that final circle yesterday, but it was only a single Nextera map that they played for themselves. So perhaps this next game could be a little bit different, but I really do respect the fact that they're not overestimating their capabilities out there on the battlefield. More willing to bet it on the random map rather than Nextera. But of course, all good luck towards them, because this has been their...
Yeah. And I think so the thing that for the side of Hua, they're not overshooting their expectations, because at the same time, I think for Hua, the best part right now is
And of course, this is a beautiful opportunity for teams like Falcons to really jump back into the fray, right? They're currently at the very top of the leaderboard, a total of 166 points, leading the fray with 101 eliminations. But of course, it would not be possible without the skills that they use out there. Awaken Andrew, the one that has been spammed the most, and Shani, one of the recent additions into the meta. Shani has been making quite a lot of noise out there. You may be thinking that her teamwork is not going to be super useful, but when those rushes go out there in tandem, the extra 40 shield points really gives them the capability to wreck, especially when the Trogon is in hand, alternatively the Bison.
Yeah, it makes all these CQCs a lot more intense, I'd say. But also with the level of these players and how effective, how efficient they are when it comes to these intense moments, you need every single edge you can get. And I'm looking at Team Falcons, right? One of the teams that has so mastered the art of that. But today, we're not really seeing that after round number 1. A lot of times they were getting overwhelmed in terms of numbers.
Yeah, I mean, even though they have been overwhelmed a couple of times, they still do hang on to that number 1 spot. They have to be careful though, because the pressure that they are not feeling is what AG is not able to bring in here right now. And tomorrow when AG does bring down the Thunder alongside some bright lightning, Buriram will be there alongside them as well. And the only sole goal these two Thai teams will have is to overtake their brothers, Team Falcons, at the very top of the leaderboard. So 2 more opportunities for Falcons to really pick away at some points to maintain their dominance, maintain their number 1 spot. but only the perseverance from the rest of the teams can determine if or not Falcons does have a easy run, because of course we did not really see a lot of dominance out of RRQ. That being said, they are the second best team of the day, 60 points thus far, just 10 points below Twisted Minds.
And you know that team like Team Falcons have had a very, very good run thus far, considering that they can drop 3 rounds in a row and still be in first place. But I think they've exhausted all of that cushion. If they get one more poor round and RQ Kazu step up their game, they can easily overtake Team Falcons on their leaderboard. And even when you look at the overall team stats, they're one of the best, right? Number 4 in terms of average assists, number 5 in terms of average damage, and number 6 in terms of average eliminations. That essentially puts them almost on par with most of the Thai teams.
Absolutely, and of course there is an opportunity for a little bit more of a climb here for teams like Onyx, Heavy, as well as Todak. Todak hasn't really been seeing a lot of great big victories out there on the battlefield, picking up a total of 23 points from the first 4 games. You've got an average of about 5.2 points every single matchup. If you're Todak, this is the time to really step it up. I mean, they had a few standout moments in terms of engagements, but not really matches that they can really be proud of thus far.
Absolutely. I think if you are Todak, you can be quite, I think, satisfied with the run thus far, in 9th spot.
Yeah.
But another team that is feeling really good about their debut is Twisted Minds. And one thing I want to quickly point out is the average assist. Number 1, 12.3 assists overall on their very first day. And out of 4 rounds, this is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this is mind-blowing, right? 12.3 on the assist. Every single team member, the communications are really, really good, because one's just dropping in all of the damage. The others who are out there on that rush are just getting the jobs completed. Saming, as usual, can be depended on for that long-range support, and he has been doing a fine job thus far.
Absolutely. And I mean, Twisted Minds, when they come online, they really turn up the heat, but inconsistency is something that they need to deal with. And there are certain maps where Twisted Minds just could not kind of get off the ground. Kalahari was one of them.
Yeah.
Perhaps Nextera will be a bit more forgiving. But if you compare them to Falcons, I definitely am a lot more worried about Falcons right now, because they have not been able to find their groove. Twisted Minds, you still see some signs of life.
Yeah.
Bigatron Delta is probably the biggest surprise right now.
I most definitely agree with you. I mean, I did not... I wanted Bigatron to step it up, but I didn't think they would do it in such a fashion. Past 2 games they have performed, they've outperformed their own expectations of themselves. I'm pretty sure they weren't really, aiming to hit the high notes today, but if they're going to continuously find the final circle like what they did in the past 2 games, I'm pretty sure they can, at the very least, sneak into the top 5. As we kick off next Terra for all of you back at home, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see if or not Indonesia can rise up to the occasion, just like what Vietnam did in the previous match.
And overall, it's also to see if the Thai teams can kind of strike back, because the past 2 rounds, definitely not a Thai occasion, right? Indonesia and Vietnam has been really, really amping up the tempo. Again, a very good flight path, very generous to all of our competitors. And this time, because it's Xterra, all the teams very well spread out, maybe except for Todak and GOW, who are both heading for Museum.
And let's see if or not this early skirmish is going to give Bigatron a huge up here. They're the first ones to head towards Intellect Center, which means they get the initial first few drops. And those weapons, Hua has yet another early skirmish, this time against EVOS Divine, and the players are scattered, calling for that backup. You can see Yanbin just rushing in to give him that backup that he requires. Bigatron for a 2-2 trade thus far, as Vitan gets dropped and Heavy annihilated by Bigatron. We were talking about the expectations, and they are just exceeding every single one.
I mean, Heavy is just not having a good time from a team that makes it to 2 back-to-back final circles to getting wiped out this early on. I mean, Bigatron Delta really making sure that they make an impression in the early stages of the knockout stage. GOW finding members on the side of Todak, getting 2-3 points to kick it off, and Todak on their last legs, and only wings remain.
GOW looking for the final finisher. Wing spotted out. Press tag. He did manage to pick up 2 coins and a beautiful revival. All thanks to the prone and the pocket market. It gives you the beautiful advantage at the very start of the game. Now, just one team eliminated. Heavy, unfortunately, just not able to continue, all thanks to the raging Bigatron that has been doing better and better game after game. But now WAG, just 2 players at the doors of GOW, and Alan not really banging down on that door. Cyrus from up top spots out Iza, gives away his position, and this might just be trouble for WAG.
And WAG, in fact, are going to commit to this. Xbor is the only member on kind of the ground floor for now. GOW will be circling around Museum. Might run into Xbor though. This is good intel if they find it. Dinoculus used by WAG, spotting out the entire squad, or at least scanning out the entirety of GOW in the vicinity.
All 4 players spotted out. Portal go up top, Iza.
What?
Death Wish. He lays out the good glue solid wall, and the rest of his team members follow suit, but they are all getting sprayed down one after the other. I did not expect that. GOW messed this up big time. The ad final survivor, can he get this? He does manage to get the knock on to Krillin. Opportunity for that revival, but denied. GOW, I have no idea exactly what they were thinking. One final guy in the mix, and he's going to keep the team alive just through survival. Fingers crossed he finds those revivals as well.
I'm going to say, AJ, that would have been a sick play from GOW if WAG did not see them do it, right? They used the Dinoculus to scan the vicinity. By process of elimination, they figure out that GOW can only be there just at the same time that GOW pulled out the portal. It could not have gone any worse in terms of timing. But thankfully, not out of the game just yet. But it sure as heck was not a good outcome for what could have been a genius play.
I'll fight you on that opinion.
Timing, man. Timing, man.
They ran out, and they were out in the open when they laid out that portal goal. I was just so confused with what they were thinking. And yes, it would have been very, very cool if they had pulled it off. I mean, they almost did, right? The first guy who went in put out a solid glue wall. If only he could erect 2 more, I think it would have been a huge game changer. But he got sprayed down a little prematurely. Speaking about premature, Onyx Olympus hopping in with 1 man first, but it is up top. That high ground advantage, and it is going to be too fast on the pickup. No damage just at all thanks to the Chromo, and Kiba rushes on in to spray down the rest of the players alongside Gary.
Kid actually able to find the knock, and Exile getting a revive in the meantime. Onyx Olympus will do the same. They isolated those, separated from one another. Gary still wants to take this fight, but he's going to be outnumbered very soon. Acha definitely not paying attention as he takes a random shot. Exo not able to get to the 2nd floor thanks to Zairu with the Trogon. Overall, Onyx Olympus able to stop the onslaught of X-Man.
Bigatron actually slicing down one after the other. Players from the side of Falcons. Ikal tagged up already, slowed down, has got the nutty movements out of the Joseph. Doesn't have to worry at all, but sprays into 3 opponents at the same time, only for them to reverse the situation. One more nailed down by Kyong. Bigatron Delta, 2 players sacrificed already. They have to find the recovery, and a timely pickup onto Dix and Ikal.
So well done from Bigatron Delta as the fight between, Expand has gone out of there. They ran away because RQ Kazu takes over that spot, and Onyx Olympus did not know what hit him. RQ Kazu finding 2, and Onyx Olympus forced to run away with the tails between their legs. But how much distance can they cover? Because RQ Kazu is relentless. 4 points for them.
RQ, I mean, obviously, they are desperate for some extra points. It is the final 2 games that they get to play this week, so they need to collect as many as possible. Off-screen, Twisted Minds doing a number on the players of Todak.
And Falcons at least were able to get the revives 4 rounds in a row where they were just not given any room to work with. As EVOS Divine themselves finds a couple of members from GOW. Twisted Minds continues to run down WAG. In that sense, WAG basically scattering into different parts of the map, separating from one another.
Let's see what else can Twisted Minds pull out here. in terms of performance from the day, they surely have exceeded a couple of expectations, because this team surely struggled through the Esports World Cup as well as the previous Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring. But this sort of performance should be able to launch them right up to the top. Of course, granted, if they can keep that up. GOW walking straight into RRQ, into the car. Demon
No way.
runs over Razor and just drives away. But unfortunately, Seaback with a headshot, M82B. Beautiful play coming through from RRQ.
That could have been a GTA moment if he got out, but no way Demon gets away doing that. Completely caught off guard. Did not expect a full squad to wait for him in that area. But good intel obtained at least. We'll see if they can revive him. RQ Kazu swapping in C-Bank for this round. So Ma'au will be taking the backseat for now. But GW not having a good time though. They lost Iza off screen to WAG. So 5 points for WAG.
Wow, with the 6 up against the players from Onyx Olympus, I believe. Jack is being pursued by Jan Ben Trogon. Beautiful on the rush, but a double blue wall saves him for the time being, and Jack can't do much with the MP5. It's taken out. Jan Ben, beautiful play. 7 eliminations strong. Wow, this is just such a different flavor from the squad.
I mean, Hua having 7 points right now. Again, looking very, very good. Very fun fact about Achap, right? The youngest player we have so far, 16 years old, just celebrated his birthday 2 months ago. It's good to see young talents kind of popping up left, right, and center, regardless of regions, right? That's kind of what we want. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, having BTR, Bigatron Delta, right on the opposite. This is going to be the biggest challenge for Bigatron Delta so far.
Let's see exactly what Bigatron can do, because this has been a upward trend the past 2 games. 20 on Alpine, 17 on Kalahari. So they've managed to fix a little bit of the points that they've been picking up throughout the day. But beautiful glue wall laid out. Shin, even with the Tatsuya, could not get the knock. And a reversal attempted by Bara, but Poppy was just a tad bit quicker with the shotgun. Double barrel straight to the chest. Poppy looking for G'day, but slippery he is. Backs away. Good blue wall outside. Chrono defending him as well. But Death flies on and serves it hot.
Incredible aggression from Hua. Just running straight at Evil's Divine. You can see Evil's Divine, he wanted to retaliate, but it really felt like the momentum that Hua Esports has is just overwhelming.
Yeah.
Absolutely just bulldozing through Evil's Divine. Didn't get to wipe them out, but 11 points so far for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, I mean, Hua at this point of time is just thanking PE Esports for holding their spot for quite a while, but they're just back here to dominate and carry that Vietnam flag, wave it up high and proud for the whole nation. I mean, look at this performance. So impressive. GOW has nothing on them. Speaking of nothing on GOW, Hua, I have to say, Bigatron, they rotate into a very sticky situation. Expand is already there within this compound, being shot at by the players of Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds joining the fray as well. Too many teams in this small spot.
Way too many, and RQ Kazu is going to be dealing with Hua for now. Shin taking a lot of damage. See if Hua can get out of this. A buy on the offense. Perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of Poppy. Goes down. Habay turns around and gets rid of Yanmin. No one would get through to this man. RRQ Kazu showing Hua how it's done. The explosion not enough. Razor taking over the baton. It's RRQ Kazu taking the lead.
Chrono just keeps saving the day here. RRQ's Razor fantastically plays the defense and survives long enough. Shin now Woodpecker can't find that connection. Razor responds, but it's a good glue wall. And the back away. Seven's just in a tight little corner, hoping and praying nobody checks and finds him.
C-Bang was able to find Shin, who was trying to crawl behind the container for safety. So Hua finding themselves in a very rough spot with only Dev left, but as I say it, Dev gets eliminated and XL finds Yanbin. So Hua is taking damage left, right, and center on the last legs. Dudes around the corner finds the Todak member 7 in a 1v1, but against Dudes, it's not going to be easy.
Hua still surviving. How in the world are they still in this game? That vending machine gave them One final lifeline. That's trying to charge up this charge buster. Eliminated in 9th spot is Team Todak as well. Malaysians not really having the greatest of days out there. They were at the very bottom of the leaderboard in the fight between groups B and C, and I guess that is exactly where they will stay. Expand has to carry the nation.
Thankfully, they have the whole squad left alive somehow. But look at the gauntlet in front of them. Multiple squads, Twisted Minds being one of them. Falcons taking bombardment from BTR. This was the team that almost wiped them out at the start. Falcons not wanting to take them on, at least not in a direct confrontation. Maybe an inevitability though. The journey to the circle is pretty far for the Thai squad.
Twisted Minds is a few feet away from circle number 5. Falcons a little too far away, and Bigatron Delta will be a huge threat to them on that rotation. Even a Portal Go cannot cut the distance down. Twisted Minds wiping the floor with Expand the moment they come across those players. And now Expand trying to circle on away from Twisted Minds, but out of the pan straight into the fire. Bigatron Delta, the ones that have just been improving map after map, may just have a clean shot against Too Fast the moment he steps out. Diamond looking for Meekit. In the meantime, Circle looking for all of them.
I mean, for Twisted Minds, it's about tying up loose ends, right? If they can get rid of Meekit, they can actually start working towards the circle. I mean, GOW and Hua are there, but it's just the last survivor. Nothing much that needs to be worried about. Sa Ming finding a shot and a knock onto one more. Falcons now under heavy pressure from Twisted Minds. Bigatron Delta on the horizon. A two-pronged attack from two unlikely allies. Falcons not having a good time at all.
Yeah, the Predators preying on each other. Bigatron Delta once again getting a huge advantage. They are the third party and they are wiping this house clean. 12 of those points now claimed. Bigatron now has to worry about the blue circle, hunting them down. Twisted Minds will find the next safe zone. GOW right between Bigatron as well as the next zone. And Isa's going to be hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted out. And what a nade from afar. Kyong dropped out in the open, and it's going to be pretty tough to save him.
And Sa Ming makes sure that he finishes the job. That's a nade, getting 2 eliminations just like that. Completely stopping Bigatron Delta in the tracks, and Twisted Minds in a decent spot. You gotta make sure that their backs are covered though. GOW already out thanks to X-Bor getting pot shots from afar. 5 teams remain. Twisted Minds, the only team with a full squad left standing.
Oh, fantastic move towards the defensive spot, Poppy. But now a container is all that holds him in a safe spot. WAG, they can lend a helping hand to Poppy by shutting down Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds is on a rampage. RRQ just watching all of this breakdown. Portal Go laid out already. RRQ biding their time. Twisted Minds looking for Poppy, who runs away, but unfortunately outnumbered. 15 eliminations strong, Twisted Minds is.
Would have been a sick escape. 3 full teams left. RQ Kazu, WAG, Twisted Minds. The 3 big nations collide. RQ Kazu is going to be the center of attention. Losing members. Look at the retire from WAG, supported by Twisted Minds from the west. RQ Kazu needs to pick their poison, and they pick a fight with Twisted Minds. But WAG does not want to let RQ Kazu rest at all. Twisted Minds putting away, taking the goal portal to relocate behind WAG.
This is the best game for WAG thus far. Finding the final circle for the first time in the day. Nextera just blessing them with a little bit of extra advantage. Now WAG attacking Twisted Minds from the back. That elimination strong, but Allen is lost to the Trogon. Diamond serving it up hot. Exposy can't seem to find the connection, and that's the first casualty for the side of Twisted Mind. Nameless gets dropped as well. Charge Buster, perfection from Cyrus. Nameless, can he get this one done? Saming from up top, Groza in hand, but he does not want to interfere yet.
Exposy and Diamond gonna work hand in hand. And Sami joining them just in time as well. The Red Tide Rhythm taking down the glue walls, but they have extra barricades set up. And their own Red Tide Rhythm is exposing X4 and Krillin, forcing WAG to scatter into the wind. And Dude somehow still survives. The lone member of RQ Kazu. WAG needs to find a cleanup, but Twisted Mind is all over the final circle. 1 on the west, 1 on the north. Exposy onto Dus. RQ Kazu eliminated. Krillin and Cyrus left to fend for themselves against Twisted Minds and the elements, but Twisted Minds have their eyes set on the prize. It's another booyah for them. 2 for the day.
34 to equalize the record set yesterday. 22 eliminations, 12 placement points, all thanks to the booyah. Second booyah of the day. And equalizing Hua Esports with 3 booyahs overall in the competition. They were number 1 before they started off this 5th game of the day. They still are number 1 with a little bit of an extended lead over Team RRQ.
So well done by this squad. The support system has been perfected for the day. On a map like Nextera as well, where everything is so tight, everything is so close quarter centric, but Twisted Minds took advantage of that situation and the decision making as well to take the portal goal behind WAG to escape RQ and then turn those two teams on each other. Genius shot calling.
32 points at Purgatory and now 34 points at Nextera. Twisted Minds really does not have to worry about some of these games where they don't really pick up massive number of points, because when they hit, they really hit hard on these booyahs, man. I mean, massive number of eliminations. It's just so rare to see them hold back, but we did see a couple of dips in their performance, especially in Kalahari, their weakest map of the day, where they only managed to get the 5 eliminations for themselves.
I mean, even with all that taken into consideration, right? This is just the first play day for Twisted Minds, and they've already shown such amazing performance. And in fact, out of the entirety of Group C, there's without a shadow of doubt, Twisted Minds is the best performing team right now.
Yeah.
And I say by a mile. I think the second best team, surprisingly, is probably Bigatron Delta or WAG, and it's still not even remotely close to what Twisted Mind has shown us.
It's Bigatron in the second place for Group C, and that's just crazy, man. The underdogs really screaming out there that they want a piece of this pie, and in fact, a big chunk for themselves, right? And you're right, Twisted Minds just outperforming all of the Group A teams, except for, of course, AG Global, which is just on a whole other level. But tomorrow, we get to see the combination, as the interaction between Twisted Minds and AG Global cannot be avoided.
Yeah, I mean, a couple months ago, Twisted Minds were able to take down teams like BRU and AG Global, right? And obviously under a different name, and afterwards that did not happen at EWC, but right now it feels like they have found that groove again. So can't wait to see what Twisted Minds has to say about the second booyah of the day.
Absolutely, the very first team to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Couldn't really get the job done there, but they're back with a bigger fire in their heart. We are on standby for the interview with the winners, so let's throw it over to the host to see exactly what kind of grilling answers we get from them.
And this is Ming from Twisted Mind. Yeah! This is the bubble year for the day for you guys. Like to be the beginning of your team. That is very cool and very amazing. How do you feel about that?
เนื่องจากว่าวันนี้เป็นวันแรกที่เรามาแข่งกันเราก็ได้2บูย่าเลยตอนนี้รู้สึกไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับปลดล็อกหลายๆอย่างครับ
I feel really good, feel like I unlock my achievement.
Okay. So, do you have any interesting team in other region that you think that they are so awesome?
มีทีมไหนของต่างชาติไหมคะที่เราคิดว่าเขาเล่นดีมาก
ทีมหัวครับเล่นไฟโหดครับแล้วก็เล่นดีครับ
Poor Esport from Vietnam, they are quite good and aggressive.
Okay. If you follow him on TikTok, where or maybe other social media of him, you will know that he's such like a fashion icon in Free Fire. Can you describe your style of fashion in 3 words?
ถ้าเราติดตามโซเชียลมีเดียของสมิงก็จะเห็นว่าสมิงค่อนข้างเป็นไอคอนในด้านการแต่งตัวเพราะฉะนั้นอยากให้สมิงพูด3 คำบรรยายลักษณะการแต่งตัวของเราค่ะ
ดิฟดิวะ
What does that mean?
ดิฟดิวะ
I don't know how to describe it. Dip อะไรอะ
Like this?
Yeah.
Let's just dip. Something like that. Maybe like a let's log or something. Oh, alpha.
Yeah, correct.
Alpha word. Alpha gen word. Okay. So last but not least, I want you to say anything to your fans all around the world.
อยากให้ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆทั่วโลกหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้ทีมทวิตด้วยนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please support and give us encouragement. We will do our best.
And here this is Saming from Twisted Mind again. Yay! Good luck for the next game. And now, are you ready, guys?
Ready, right? So back to you, Shoutcaster.
Thank you very much. And of course, Saming, fashion icon for his team, rocking that baseball set from Twisted Minds. And at the same time, I believe the best way to describe it in my generation's term is he got the drip.
He most definitely does, right? A little bit of a correction on my statement earlier. They do not match up with Hua with the 3 number of booyahs. This is the second booyah of the day for them. Kind of got them confused with Team Falcons, as they are both at the very top, trying to fight for that number 1 spot. Speaking of which, top only in the overall grand scheme of things for the overall leaderboard for Team Falcons. The performance for today, though, is on a severe dip, which I do expect them to fix in the random map. But of course, Hua's looking to rip away the random map as well. You know, if you were given an option as to which map to pick, where would you bring us, Husky?
Where would I bring you guys? You know my answer. It's always going to be Kalahari.
Well, Hua's going to be really happy to hear that then.
Yeah, of course. I mean, even that they got a booyah, right? But of course, for Diamond on Twisted Minds, he is the MVP of Nextera. 8 eliminations, then with the Tatsuya, rocking the Tatsuya again, but also showing that he's multi-talented, right? That you want him to play close range, no problem. You want him to have long range support, he delivers.
Yep, Awaken Andrew, Shani, as well as Joseph, his passive skills, and you know, it will not be completed without the Tatsuya helping him burst around the battlefield. And of course, the triple R1 as usual on the setup, giving them maximum amount of information and pretty much visibility around the compounds, which they are pretty much thinking of rotating into or out of.
I mean, look at this sick elimination count from Diamond. 8 for him. Saming also getting 8. It's these two men putting in heavy load of work. But of course, not to forget Nameless and Exposy as the supporting pillars of the team. Twisted Minds finding their groove. Peter still holding on to the first spot in terms of elimination leaders, but Abe is close behind, followed by Yanbin and Death, and of course On Fire in 5th.
Abe will be looking to get a tad bit aggressive before we wrap up the day on that random map, because that's his effort to aim for the Predator of the Week title. Both of these players, Peter as well as Abe, will not be playing tomorrow. Group B will be resting. But of course, Hua's death is a little bit on the slacking side. I expected him to keep up his pace, but unfortunately, we don't just see too much of him today.
Yeah, I think it's just Hua not... at least in the previous round, they were in a pretty rough spot, not able to recover much. But I gotta say, X4 having that 31 glue wall destroyed is quite a feat in its own. I mean, being a sniper and being able to take down enemy defenses effectively is a very important part of the role. But just like the previous rounds, WAG could not close things out.
Here's the insane thing, right? By the end of today, there is actually a potential that Hua could be in that number 1 spot. We'll take a look at that situation shortly. 34 points, Twisted Minds, massive game, equalizing a record set yesterday, beating the record that they set for today on the 32 points that they claimed on Purgatory earlier on. Massive run for them, but Hua's hot on their tails. 22 points picked up, and in the overall grand scheme of things, of course, they are above Twisted Minds, but they've got, of course, 6 extra games that had been played yesterday.
I mean, to put it into perspective, right, it took them 3 rounds to get more points than Todak, who has already played 11 rounds. And I mean, Twisted Minds still has a lot of surplus compared to Todak as we look at the overall standings right now.
My God.
Twisted Minds, they're in 7th place, but like you said, Hua have a good chance to overtake RQ Kazu and Falcons. Is currently in 3rd place, but the gap between Hua and AG is pretty big, more than 40 points.
Another mind-blowing stat is the fact that they've got more eliminations than Falcons. They have got the most number of eliminations in the competition thus far. Of course, AG Global would like to contest that tomorrow, that's for sure. But for the time being, in Group B, Hua is really blowing minds out there. Just 5 points behind Falcons. I think I really want this team to show that Vietnam is not just here to play, but they are absolutely here to slay. I want Kalahari just like you for the final map.
Yeah, I think even for the region as a whole, their best performance on any international event, not even top 5, right? If I remember correctly. So they haven't really had the best run. I mean, Indonesia has made their mark. Thailand definitely winning multiple world trophies. So this is their best chance. So if we do get Kalahari, great news for Hua. But if we don't get Kalahari, I want Hua to put up a good fight as well. Because this is probably the day, the week that gives them a good conclusion. And heading into the rest of knockouts, Hua can build on their momentum.
Yeah, and of course, we cannot take away what Twisted Minds has been able to achieve today. 104 points is very, very impressive, because if you take a look at the performance from teams yesterday, AG Global, of course, set a massive record for themselves, but Twisted Minds is really not too far away.
Yeah, I mean, if Twisted Mind gets another good round, and we get Bermuda as our random map, so back to basics. But if, you know, the team like Twisted Minds gets a good round, they can easily tie up or even overtake AG Global, right? Setting a record themselves.
Falcons started off the day with a booyah. Perhaps they can end the day with a booyah. We did talk about how they kind of slipped from glory ever since the Bermuda game, but this may just be that luck that they definitely need, because 32 massive points they claimed on Bermuda as we opened up the day. 20 eliminations strong, and of course the 12 from the booyah gave them that solid 32, and a solid 32 points can bounce them right back up to the top of the leaderboard.
Crazy enough, Falcons have actually found a lot, if not the most success on Bermuda, and regardless of the competition, right? I mean, EWC was a great example of how dominant they were on Bermuda. They set a world record on that map, and they kind of made it like look like a walk in the park at the start of the day.
Yeah,
they're currently ranked #1 on that map. Let's see if they can repeat that.
Absolutely. And Falcons, of course, would be looking to defend that #1 spot on the overall leaderboard from RRQ and Hua. We've been highlighting Hua and Falcons a lot. RRQ have been a tad bit forgotten, so let's bring them back into the equation here in a player head-to-head. A 4.4 elimination on the side of Saming versus 3.1 on Abe. But of course, slightly better on the rescues, Mr. Abe. You cannot compare his damage to Saming, though. Those long shots really find a way to connect.
Yeah, I think, you know, if people look at Sami's rescue stat and be like, why is it 0? Just understand that he is most of the time not in the position to help his teammates, nor be helped, right? That's kind of the role that Sami has selected for himself, and it pays out really well. Even when he was, I believe, back in Magic Squad, same team as Wasana, he was instantly recognized as one of the most kind of the upcoming sniper of the team, and then he was able to prove himself time and time again, reaching his peak in Sao Paulo a few months ago, and right now looking to repeat that performance.
And of course, as we heat it up for the final battle, we bring you back to where this day started, where everything starts, as a matter of fact, in a good game of Free Fire. To the good old home of Bermuda. Now it is in the hands of the flight path to see if or not it wants to torture the players with a few forced hot drops. Because if we skew the flight path off towards one of the corners of the map, it is going to be the best case scenario for both Husky and I. So we get to lose our minds a little bit.
I think the craziest circle we've had was probably, not sure if I think Purgatory on the southern side, but it's such a rare occasion. Well, definitely not this time, as even as it gets right down the middle.
Let's see who chooses the hot drop, as Hua seems to be clear, but very close to Twisted Minds, who may just take the drop at Mill.
I mean, look at Observatory. It's Megatron and Falcons again. We know how that went last time. Megatron on the rise right now. If they can get rid of Falcons, then that would completely skew the dynamics of this map. And Megatron, they're a lot more cautious with how they approach Falcons, but the caution is also paired with the confidence, right? The fact that they were able to beat out Falcons in the previous round.
Production flexing 0 elimination, saying that Falcons is not quick enough. And Kyung repositioning towards the right-hand side, takes holding the midsection of the map alongside Koja, Ikal on that left flank, all spread up. That also means that no one gets to pick up Ikal if he gets knocked out there in the open. So it's all up to luck as to who has got the better weapons. As you can see, level 2 helmets, armors on them. Kyung tagged up, and the Takuya saves him for a couple of seconds before On Fire finds his back. Peter finishes the engagement by dropping him.
Let BTR take the initiative, but Koja not relenting though, takes out On Fire. One more, gets knocked down. Eco is exchanged, but look at Dinks. He is uncontested, trying to fire at Falcons. Now the rivals are going to be so much more important. Todak follows up. It's Koskyu left to keep it going, but they cannot do so. BTR overpowers Team Falcons.
And Bigatron Delta may have just done the biggest favor of all time for their brothers RRQ and of course their opponents Hua from Vietnam, not allowing Falcons to keep that #1 spot by the end of the day. RRQ is literally 1 point behind them.
Even Hua is not too far behind, right?
Yeah.
4 points. If you are looking at Hua, I mean, BTR are doing themselves a favor as well. This could improve their standings tremendously, considering that this is just day 1 for them. Speaking of Hua, they are sandwiched by Twisted Minds and EVOS Divine. We'll see how they get themselves out of this. Twisted Minds on the high ground.
Twisted Minds, a great position here. The biggest question is what sort of weapons do they have in hand? Exposi with the BSS. Sarming on the slow circle around. They don't really want to stir any bit of mess with the other teams just yet. Just holding on to the very edge of circle #1. He was Divine towards the right. Hua within the vicinity as well. It looks like EVOS Divine might just be in a little bit of trouble, but Death gets caught outside in the open. Shin solo on that HP. Ray with a backstab as he flies around those blue walls, and he won't be able to consume all of that. In terms of loot, Death now almost ran over, but a 3v1 puts him to sleep.
While that was happening, Diamond actually found 2 easy eliminations with a grenade launcher from 10 miles away to take down 2 members, 1 from each team, which is in of itself a crazy feat. EVOS Divine, the biggest winner of this though, as Hua left to fend for their own. It's pretty weird that they were so spread up to begin with. WAG up against Expand, 2-2 split on different elevations. Expand, I don't think they're ready to receive this hit.
I don't know if Hua's going to be throwing away their opportunity to be in the #1 spot because, oh my god, Cyrus literally just got shot out of the vehicle. Beautiful stuff here.
Oh.
And Hua literally throwing away the opportunity to be that #1 team by the end of the day through that early elimination from the lobby. So that leaves us with RRQ.
Yeah, completely uncontested. I mean, the closest team to RRQ Kazu is Expand, but Expand is like more than 60 points behind, so no chance for them to catch up. They might not even have a chance to make up for any lost points if they cannot overcome WAG, as Alan is gonna surround me Kid with the help from his teammate Axel. Now next on the chopping block, Alan is just doing all the work on his own. Export shooting Axel from the back, and now it's Achap. You're next on the guillotine. It's getting mowed down by the members of WAG. Good shot from afar. Expand is out.
Yep, 60 points too many, but of course they couldn't even afford to cut down the distance between themselves as well as Hua. Unfortunate with the early elimination from this lobby, but a fantastic aggressive approach by WAG to overwhelm Expand.
Very, very well done. Even GOW, they got a glimpse of EVOS Divine. Ray, who just got revived, needs to get to safety. Same with ABAX. GOW very much spread out, but no imminent threat to them.
Nobody else still alive within this lobby has had a booyah on Bermuda thus far in the competition. So let's see exactly who grabs that one for themselves. RRQ will be pretty happy to be that team, although they're not too proficient on this map.
I mean, technically, RRQ has already guaranteed a tie with Falcons just based off of placement, right? We have already lost 2 teams. So it can only go up from here for RRQ Kazu. Just to see how much of a point gap they can get. Again, the only thing that separates them and Falcons primarily is placements. In terms of eliminations, they are not too far behind, but they've always been more proficient in surviving these late round scenarios.
AG Global hit the 122 points yesterday. I was thinking Twisted Minds could outdo them. They still do have a potential to do exactly that. 18 points required to match up. And of course, 19 to beat. Let's see what Twisted Minds can do with that opportunity. Currently standing at 104 points in total. If they make it all the way to the center, that's a triple on the booyah.
Oh my goodness, Saming, what a shot. That was an instant knock, but no confirm yet. Saming, okay. Alright, second one. 7 is not having a good time at all. And it's goal time for Twisted Mind. Saming sees Zen forcing the glue wall out. Zen cannot provide support. Saming too darn good.
Too freaking good. Hits the triple. And now the final player being hunted down.
Double kill.
Goodbye, Todak is exactly what Twisted Minds is trying to say. We were talking about how 18 points required here for Twisted Minds, and they can most definitely hit that number if they continue on like this. Now, there's a good use of that portal go to find that high ground and the long-range Saming shot. One, can you clip that wing? Good glue wall, but it's the M82B, baby. And the tree is not going to be penetrated through that shot. Chrono gets pulled out as well, but wings down. Nameless with that AUG shot. He does have the horizon line by the looks of things. Or did they manage to get that revival? There was a revival. Zen is back in the match.
Yeah, all thanks to Saming. Opening shots, Todak did not know what hit him. The initial headshot was kind of what set up the chain reaction. So 7 points for Twisted Minds. Good chance for them to break the record set by AG Global.
At the moment, they sit at 111 points, Twisted Minds. So they just need 11 more in order to complete this journey of setting the record for the most number of points picked up within a day. And at the moment, leading the lobby with the 7 eliminations, they are sure well on their way to do exactly that. Todak holding on. 7 stuck between a rock and a hard place between Vietnam and Indonesia. What can this Malaysian do? Wings too far to help out his brother, but at least he can help him out by surviving long enough to play a little bit of revival. Tabi down, Gary finding him. 7 tanking the good lord that he hasn't been found yet.
Yeah, just lay low, and, you know, not even as much as breathe too loud. Let Heavy and Onyx Olympus take each other out. Noki actually arrives on the roof, and I think he's spotted out by Hans. Not sure what the idea was from Todak, but definitely not good news. Because now Heavy knows there's more than one team in this area, but they gotta take care of Heavy first.
Onyx
they gotta take care of Onyx first.
They back out of factory, at least to reposition towards the back. And Heavy continues the pursuit, really ignoring Todak. In fact, I don't think they know exactly where Todak is unless they use that R1. And Onyx Olympus can't really rotate out into the open just yet. It's a very, very risky situation. Just no cover whatsoever. They'll have to spend a lot of blue walls to get across.
They just found 7, checking every single nook and cranny, finds him in a container. Noki is now stranded. Wings is nowhere near him, but Noki revives 7, so Todak stays alive. And I agree with what you said. Onyx Olympus is pretty risky to rotate far away right now because of how the circle is. Your backs are essentially exposed, so Onyx Olympus are in a very, very precarious position. WAG shows up.
The next circle will determine the fate of the squad as to if or not they do need to continue this rotation. WAG with a very smart reposition up towards the roof, all thanks to the portal go. And Todak 7, hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted out. Wings slowly on the approach as well. Factory is getting a little bit heated, and Onyx Olympus just lucking out here. The edge of the next circle still with them at Factory.
If they want to move now, they can. But if they want to gatekeep the other teams, they could do that as well. RQ Kazu holding onto Clock Tower firmly, but maybe not for long, as Bigatron Delta wants to pry it away from them, taking control off the roof, instantly making contact. RQ Kazu covering multiple angles, cluster coming up from Deuce, alongside the Riptide Rhythm, chipping away at the health bar of Ekal, but not enough to bring him down.
Beautiful place, and Bigatron abandons their high ground, except Ekal, and he's going to regret that instantly, all thanks to Duts and his grenade. Follow-up grenade to find that finisher as well. Duts now needs to back away. Good use of that Tatsuya to find that reposition. Abe on for that backup, and he will be able to shut down Kyong with the execution as well. RRQ trying to end the run of Bigatron Delta right here.
RQ Kazu guaranteed themselves first place already just with that play. Nothing much that Bigatron Delta could do in this situation. They just got caught off guard by RQ Kazu, and they will be out in 9th spot.
But valiant effort either way from Bigatron. In the top 5, as far as the team performance is counted for the day between groups B and C. As far as group C alone is counted, they are the second best squad right behind Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. I mean, EVOS Divine Now having GOW as the primary team to worry about, there is the portal goal. GOW drops their own to get closer to EVOS Divine. Alright, out in the open, he sees this. Riptide Rhythm on top of the roof. EVOS Divine forced to find cover, and Bara needs to rejoin him. That's what he's gonna do. GOW on the offense.
Wasted opportunity. That was a solid one. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, and Gaday's back was just truly exposed, but no follow-up shots, no follow-up snipes shutting them down. Gaday now, grenade launcher in hand, can do massive damage to GOW, and what a shot from Ray from across. They couldn't really do much in that situation, but now 3 players right in front of him. Tan cooking up the grenade, and that one does not find the connection. FGL will go in for that shot as well. Burns up the end a little bit, but too easy to reposition.
And GOW basically corralled onto the top of the roof. That gives control of most of the compound to EVOS Divine. They've got GOW exactly where they want them to be. Now it's about cleaning up how they loses to Tan, the Trogon, overpowering him. And now it demands backup from the rest of his team. Good grenade launching today. Needs a bit more. One more. Tan blocks it with a glue wall. Timing, miss, opportunity, not capitalized upon.
Glue wall melters now. Gaday just playing a lot of risk here out in the open. Loses his glue wall. Riptide Rhythm smashes down his defenses, and Dian finds him with the double barrel. Gaday taken out. 2 more options left here for EVOS Divine, and they take the portal, go straight into the safe zone. But Bara will be caught out, so 1 more survivor for EVOS Divine.
And you can see the moment EVOS Divine realized that they botched that big time. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, not gonna let this opportunity go to waste. Enough of Saming's big plays. WAG on the list, exposing through the glue wall, finds Krillin, and Cyrus wants to get him back up, but there's too much pressure. Ray, a wild Ray, runs out into the open, hides below the monster truck, but spotted out by Exposy, gets into the vehicle, shot down immediately. Twisted Minds, they are free farming.
Too easy. M82B. The advantage for Exposy up on top. Nobody's aiming him down. He's got free reign with that high ground advantage. Twisted Minds, 10 elimination strong now. Looking to set the record. In fact, break the record for most number of points picked up in a day. AG Global can't do much. They'll have to wait and see exactly what they can do when they are in the same lobby with them tomorrow. And Onyx Olympus on that slow approach, looking for RRQ Kazu. The team looking to overtake Falcons in that #1 spot. In fact, they are the #1 team on the overall leaderboard.
I mean, Onyx Olympus thought that their enemy is RQ Kazu, but no, the true threat was Twisted Minds from behind. They were the ones who wiped out majority of Onyx Olympus. And Twisted Minds, 14 eliminations up against RQ Kazu and GOW. Good Riptide Rhythm, exposed, but Sami, what a shot at the end. The furthest target, confirmed Exposy through the glue wall. Finds attack again. Now their own Riptide Rhythm shows up. Twisted Minds in full control.
Exposy is still such a threat out there with the M82B, shot after shot. But now Twisted Minds is switching over their crosshairs towards the players of RRQ. That's on his feet, running away as quickly as possible, but the Trogon will catch up with him. Diamond with the Slay. Razor from the back pulls out the Chrono as well. Time Turner to keep that alive for the time being. But the players of Twisted Minds just absolutely break down all of that barricade to find him. Sit back, the final survivor, VSS in hand, but can't do much. The circle playing against him as well, and Twisted Minds just claiming all those points.
And Exposy has done his job. He single-handedly held back the entirety of GOW just by providing long-range pressure. And now the fight truly is between Thailand and Vietnam. Another Riptide Rhythm. The defenses of GOW extinguished in an instant. Only a boulder and a Time Turner, the dome, to keep them safe. But Twisted Minds, they're on the offense. GOW responds with their own Riptide Rhythm. Go on the rush. Sami from long range against Iza. The Riptide Rhythm from GOW doing just enough. But is it enough to take down Twisted Minds though? They are losing members.
Yeah, Diamond from the back wanting to provide the support. Sami gets caught out! And GOW smashes them to rip away a booyah!
Saming wanted to be the hero at the end, but GOW came prepared. What a final sequence. I mean, it could not have gone any better for Twisted Minds, but GOW this time tough it up and gets the booyah for themselves. A much needed one, considering that this was one of the teams that fell short of the world stage with such an incredible performance. This is retribution for them.
13th at the Free Fire World Series C Spring 2024. Obviously not the kind of record they wanted for themselves, but this team has got its ups has got its downs, but now this is the upside of their performance. And it is really good to see this comeback from GOW. And this should be able to put them at the midway point. In fact, this should be able to allow them to climb the leaderboard for the day quite a little bit now.
Yeah, we've not really had much scenarios where you have more than one Vietnam team that is in a solid spot, while GOW aims to change that, right? Wanting to be as close to Hua as possible. But again, this final sequence, as tough as it is, you really gotta give credit to Tun and Demon, and even Iza to a certain extent. The Riptide Rhythm in the middle of the fight. The juggling of abilities was more than enough, because catching Saming on the side was the final nail in the coffin for Twisted Minds.
It was not a easy victory for GOW at all. Exposé was giving them a lot of trouble, a lot of pressure he brought on with his M80 constantly finding the penetration through those blue walls, hurting them, forcing them to pack themselves up, forcing them to pick up their players, and even the portal go for them to kind of regroup as well. And I thought that would be a great big mistake from GOW, but the blessing in disguise was still having RRQ alive. And Twisted Minds, the moment they switched on over their focus towards RRQ, that gave GOW a lot of time to recover from those initial shots out of Exposé.
I think that is kind of the key point for GOW, right? The fact that they were the whole team was pressured by Exposé, they were held back, but still were able to kind of ride out the waves until the final circle. For it to be a 4v4, it's in of itself a test of resilience. And even at one point, they were down one man. So you should really respect the recovery from GOW to outlast Twisted Minds.
Absolutely, not massive in terms of eliminations for GOW, but this will have to do for the squad. With just this game, I believe they have now hopped into the top 3 of performance for the day itself between groups B as well as C. And if you are GOW, that is a huge achievement for the squad.
Yeah, very massive, right? Going toe-to-toe with a team like Twisted Minds and able to have a round where essentially you don't get the best start, but you make it to the end for the Booyah. Not many teams can do that, but GOW is one of them.
Absolutely, and of course, this also gives us the pleasure to see Yunsol grill the players. So let's throw it on to her for an interview.
Hi everyone, so this is our last Booyah of the game, and it's belonged to Gao Esports. Right next to me is Gao Dian. So, how are you feeling right now since this is your first Booyah? Xin chào Gao Dian, thì đây sẽ là Booyah đầu tiên của Gao Esports ở trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay. Thì không biết là bạn đã cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Tiên thì mình cảm thấy rất là vui. Thì sau 12 trận đấu thì cũng có được cái top 1 cho mấy thằng em mới lên.
I feel really happy because this is finally we have our first Booyah to make our brothers more happy. Moving to our second questions. So, I think Gao Esports is the only team using 2 new members. Have you guys feel confident or getting used to this team? Thì theo như mình biết là Gao Esports là đội tuyển có rất là nhiều tân binh mới ở trong cái mùa giải lần này, đặc biệt là bạn T và bạn Demon. Thì không biết là mọi người đã dần thích ứng được với nhau và thích nghi với nhau chưa ạ?
Bọn em cũng đang thích ứng và đang cố gắng để hòa hợp với nhau hơn.
We are still trying to feel more comfortable with each other and getting used to the gameplay together, but I think it's kind of good as well. So moving on to our final questions. This is your very first Booyah, I think, and also, do you guys have any tactics or any plans to continue this fire? Thì đây sẽ là Booyah rất là đặc biệt dành cho mọi người, bởi vì đây là Booyah đầu tiên và mình nghĩ là các bạn sẽ còn tiến bộ hơn như vậy nữa. Thì không biết là đội của mình sẽ còn có chiến thuật nào đó hay là có cách nào để giữ cái phong độ này đi lên cao hơn nữa không ạ?
Bọn em đang dần hoàn thiện lối chơi với lại nghiên cứu đối thủ nhiều hơn.
We still continue to improve our tactics, our gameplay, and research more into our opponents in all over around us. So, cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của chúng mình, và đây cũng là game cuối rồi. Chúc mọi người ngủ ngon và hẹn gặp lại vào ngày đấu ngày mai nhé. This is the end of our interview. So, good night and see you tomorrow, everyone.
Surprisingly, one of the few teams that still runs the Nairi, Dian, the sniper of the squad, just brings him in. I guess a little bit of extra HP does help you out when you are in a pinch, SK.
And when you want to outlast the odds, sometimes you just need that extra oomph, right? And Nairi provides just that. So GOW, good on them to get a booyah this early on into the knockout stage. It's not every time that this has been the case for them, unfortunately. So, like you said, puts them in good standings, at least for the conclusion of week number 1, as they will have to take the backseat tomorrow. But either way, it does show us a glimpse of what GOW is capable of.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the combination of Fed as well as passive skills from Dian, it seems to be a little confusing because he's the all-rounder for the squad. He's the sniper, he's the support player, he's the one that brings in Shani as well as Nairi, he's the one with the beast, and so he's the bomber of the squad as well. I mean, this guy, you can call him the heavy carry of GOW.
You know what the Joker once said, if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself, right?
Oh, yeah.
He rightfully is the MVP of the game and even runs the Tatsuya, right? And you say he's the sniper, but he doesn't even kind of work with long-range weapons. His most proficient weapon is actually a shotgun in this game. Might look confusing, but for him, works out just fine.
I mean, he literally does everything for the squad, but the rest of his team members are no slouches either. Running the double R1, the Dreki, constantly giving him that information that he requires as the sniper of the squad to find those repositions, help him out with those engagements and eliminations. As you can see, the assist from Demon, 5 on the count, and the eliminations picked up from Demon and Dunn as well surely help the team of GOW pick up those points towards the top.
It's definitely a slower round for them. Most of the eliminations were collected towards the later stages of the round as well. That's why the numbers don't look too impressive. But elimination leader Abe and Peter now tied with 35. Yanbing coming at 31. Sa Ming making it up to 4th spot with 30 kills, 30 eliminations alongside Death. So the rankings are switching a little bit, but Peter is not going to feel as comfortable as he did.
Yeah, I mean, that's not as aggressive as yesterday, but to see him still here in the top 5 is truly great. Unfortunately, he will not be able to compete for the Predator title. This is all done for the players of Group B. As far as Group C is concerned, they have got another day of play up against Group A tomorrow. And here are the MVP leaders. Peter currently leading the fray with the 2 MVPs on his side. Yanbin, Dew, as well as Diamond walking in with 2 each. Here's the biggest of difference. Dew and Diamond still have an opportunity tomorrow to play and clock in more of those MVPs.
Which is the craziest thing, right? Because again, Dew has been famed for collecting the most MVP titles somehow. Every time the team gets a booyah, it's always Dew. He always outperforms everyone else to his credit. But then it's great to see players like Yanbin be on the list. But once more, this round, even though GOW got the booyah, Twisted Minds got the most points.
26 points guarantees that Twisted Minds have officially broken the record for the most number of points picked up within a day by a squad. A total of 130 this gives them, and that should also really boost them up towards the top of the leaderboard. And this is insane. They're in Group C. They only have 6 matches run in here so far, and they are already in the top 5 between so many Group B teams.
Absolutely. With that being said, at least you see teams like WAG kind of make an effort to get more points. Compared to the first half of the day, WAG definitely showed minor improvements. Heavy is the one that's in a rough spot. Never really got getting off the ground, and Falcons basically going on a downward spiral ever since round number 1, getting nothing the end of the day. Final overall standing are Yukazu in first place, overtaking Falcons.
Absolutely, and once again, Twisted Minds just outdoing so much of the competition from within Group C in itself, being the best performing team. The closest ones to them is Bigatron Delta, but they are all the way down in the 10th spot. That shows you the kind of dominance that you can expect from Twisted Minds, but I would once again love to see how they interact with AG Global, but that will only happen tomorrow.
And I think the craziest thing is that Twisted Minds basically set a new record, right, for most points collected in a day. Just 8 over AG Global from yesterday. So, like you said, it would be nice to see Twisted Minds go up against AG Global and BRU tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Buriram being in the mix as well is going to be absolutely annoying. Now you've got 3 Titans for the race of not just that number 1 spot, but for the eliminations within the lobby, which means it's going to be pretty scarce. Teams obviously have to make some changes to avoid these 3 Titans no matter what tomorrow, and if possible, bring in the kind of passive skills that will be able to give them the extra defense, because it's definitely going to help them survive a little bit longer with these sort of monsters in there.
And especially, I think the tug of war continues between AG Global and BRU. Two teams who have had history of beating each other, but I think right now it's fluctuating a little bit. So tomorrow is going to be quite a party with 3 Thai teams.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that, of course, brings us to a close for day 2 out of 18 days of the knockout stage. My name is AJ. Once again, alongside Husky, we bid you goodbye. One more day for week 1. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place.